leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063 and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress and collective prosperity pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda
please. We are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why should
Do I get funding for my business?
trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063 and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress and collective prosperity pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063, and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improved agricultural practices and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want.
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063 and ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress and collective prosperity.
Honorable members,
Under the ideal
the Honorable Mr. President.
Honorables miembros, honorable presidente, está entrando a la sala.
Bonjour.
Buenos días.
morning.
Un momento de silencio, de oraciones y meditación.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Good morning. Good morning, bonjour.
Días. Si ven el programa de hoy, se refiere a que hay una presentación número 5 y adopción y resoluciones, pero la verdad es que vamos a clausurar la sesión mañana, no hoy. Es imposible.
Today, it's impossible. We'll finish business tomorrow. For planning purposes on your side, I think by lunchtime latest, if not earlier, we'll try and finish the business, which will enable us in the afternoon to move to the venue for the strategic planning workshop for all the bureaucracies or members of the bureaucracies until Saturday, Sunday. So for your planning, am I right, Mr. Keleke? We leave tomorrow afternoon. So do your planning. It means you will check out of your hotel tomorrow, is it? Yes. So tomorrow we'll try to finish in good time before lunch, but you would have already packed and give notice to your hotel that you will come and check out latest lunchtime. Because after lunch, you then move to another place outside Midrand for the retreat for our strategic planning, and we urge all members of the bureaucracies, please, to attend. I'm aware that some people have left because they scheduled their flights like that, but I want to continue to salute those that are in the chamber for their commitment to the work that has been assigned to you and the positions in your committees, regional caucuses, youth, women's caucuses. I want to emphasize the point that PAP can only succeed if we all remain committed. Partial attendance cannot make us succeed. We have to play the game the full 90 minutes until the final whistle is blown. Let's be present until the final whistle, like we do in sports. The business of leaving at halftime or running away and going home at halftime does not help us. I believe numbers will improve as we go in the day. And I said, Mr. Clark, those that are present this morning, I need their names in the next 30 minutes. Someone should get the names of all those that are in the chamber this moment. Organize that someone goes around and takes note of who is around, and you give me that list. I want name and country. If possible, committee name, committee, country, because this is important. I thought Madam Pemi is changing seats. She's somewhere else, not the seat of the chair. It is important that regional caucus chairpersons show leadership as we start every morning. Yeah, regional chairpersons show leadership. You are in the chamber anyway, Honorable Pema Jodina, there is no issue about it, you are in the chamber. The most important thing is that you are in the chamber. There are 2 regional chairpersons now, and like we said at the women's conference, give the ladies responsibilities. There are only 2 ladies, female women in the chamber. The caucus chairpersons, the 3 male chairpersons are not in the chamber. The 3 male chairpersons are not in the chamber. Yes, gender bias is allowed as long as it is in favor of women. So thank you very much. Then committee chairpersons. Again, I have an issue with them. Look at their seats. And I plead to the chairpersons of caucuses to send messages to your chairpersons right away and tell them that you are disappointing me. We put your trust now in the chamber, you are not here. They need to know that it is not good. I see deputy chairpersons, again, few of them, very few. And then I see, I don't know, rapporteurs where they are seated. But there are those who are not chairs, they are not rapporteurs, they are also here. And let us clap for those. Yes. That's right. And next time, chairpersons, when you are nominating people to new committees, please consider people also who will attend who are here. Let's not appoint the people who are not even in the chamber. And then you appoint them but they don't attend. It's not good. Now, on our order paper, I call upon the clerk, the acting clerk, sorry. Now, before the clerk proceeds to tell us about the first order of the day, may I invite, in terms of Rule 38, invite to enter the chamber Mr. Ferdinand Katendeko, the Director of Operations representing the Chief Executive Officer of the APRM. We can clap for him, he's coming in. Thank you. The clerk will now read the first order of the day.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, chers honorables.
President, thank you. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. The order for today, we are beginning with the presentation from the African Peer Review Mechanism. This will be followed by a debate, so that is our first item for today.
Mr. Ferdinand Katendeko to present his report. You are welcome to the podium.
The PAP President, Your Excellency, Chief Charumbila, the second Vice President, and the First President, the Acting Clerk, members of Parliament, Pan-African Parliament. Good morning. My name is, as you have heard, Katendeko Ferdinand. I work as the Acting Director of Operations at the APRM Secretariat in Midland here. I'm your brother in Midland. So please, don't think that I'm coming from anywhere else, but I'm just your brother here. So the paper I'm going to present is about APRM process. I'm going through it. I will give the overview, and then I will give the member states of the APRM. Then I will give the structures of APRM on the African continent. And then the new initiative done by the African heads of state and government. And then I will give the value added by the APRM on the African continent. And then I will go into the roles of parliaments where you belong. First, the national parliament. Second, to the regional parliaments, those regional communities which have got parliaments, like EAC, like ECOWAS. Then I will give also an opportunity to the role, your role, the continental parliament, where you belong now.
Order, Miss Madam Wawa, you are disrupting us. Thank you. Proceed.
Then we shall conclude. So without wasting time, let's start. The APRM is an autonomous organ of the African Union and was initiated and established in 2003. Its primary purpose is actually to monitor and evaluate and review countries on their practices and standards of governance on the African continent, which in the long run leads to stability, high economic growth, sustainable development, and accelerated economic integration in line with the NEPAD strategic framework goals. NEPAD is our mother body, which was first established in 2002. The APRM principles underlining the process include being owned and being led by the Africans and by the people who are real African, not any other person from outside. It is inclusive and participatory. That's why we are involving you. It is technically competent, credible, and free from political manipulation. What are the areas which we look at when we are reviewing countries? 1, democracy and political governance. 2, economic management and governance. 3, corporate governance. 4, broad-based socio-economic development. And then of recent we added state resilience, shocks, and disasters. Who are the members of the APRM? Currently we are 42. You can see by region in Central Africa we have got 7, and we include Chad, Cameroon, Congo Republic, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Sao Tome, and DRC. Then in East Africa we have got Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Djibouti, Sudan, Burundi, and Seychelles now. Lesotho, Mauritius, Zambia, Angola, Malawi, Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. Then West Africa, we have got Ghana, Benin, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Niger, Togo, and the Gambia. So far we are 42. We are now left with 13, but we are on the move trying to get on them. We have been given a mandate to ensure that all African countries accede to APRM so that we can have uniform review of our mechanism. We go to a country and ensure that the structures are formed. 1, we have to get a focal point. A focal point is somebody whom we liaise with so that he can keep updating us what is happening on the ground. Is an entry point to the country and is appointed by head of state. Usually is at the level of a minister or anybody who is at that level of a minister. Then we have got the National Governing Council. The National Governing Council is a body which is made of, which is a representative of all stakeholders in the country. It can be of parliamentarian, civil society, women organizations, the youth, the media, everything, but they should be representational of the stakeholders within the country. Then we have got secretariat, of course, secretariat which is like the continental secretariat, whereby they are the custodians of the process. They are the ones managing and administering and giving advice here and there. So they are foot soldiers to make sure that the mechanism works. The conduct of the country self-assessment report, self-assessment is done by, of course, by stakeholders. Everybody is asked what is happening on the ground, and then we engage everybody that is in the country, and then we write our report accordingly. The country, then second stage, we go and have a country review mission. We visit a country and we take about 2 weeks in the country. And we visit every stakeholder, and we visit every region to find out what is happening on the grassroots. We don't remain in the city like Johannesburg or like Gaborone or like Maseru. No, we go in the hills. We go in Mpumalanga, so people who come from South Africa. We go to Cape Town. We go to North Cape. We go to Northwest. We go to Limpopo and get information from the people, because they are the ones who know more than the executive, which is always based within Pretoria, or which is based maybe in Cape Town. Then we have got a third stage, whereby you have to draft a report, and then the panel who are our heads, our supervisors, they validate it and look at it and say, this is what you have got, this is validated, it is correct, so you can go ahead and present. Now, when we have got that report, we have to subject it to the country. We send it to them, we say, these are the views that we got from you, from your people. What do you comment on this report? Is it correct? Is it wrong? So give us any factual errors that we may have made. And when they give us the factual errors, then we present it to the heads of state and government. Usually we have, when there is an assembly of the heads of state, the AU heads of state, then we go and present it. And then they validate it and then say, then everybody, the head of state who will be there, will be pointing out to the person, to the head of state who is being evaluated or being reviewed. Say, why did you make this mistake? How can you improve? And if at all there are good practices, then the good practices will be shared amongst the head of state that we have in Africa. And that is the value of the APRM. Then, of course, we give the state, after having presented report to the head of state, then we advise the country to implement the recommendations that have been given. We give them what we call the National Plan of Action. How do you implement the findings, the recommendations that we got from the head of state? So we go and guide them, please do this. If authorities, human rights violations, we go and tell them, please, don't keep committing this or sign this agreement that you have not signed. If authorities, environmental destruction, then we tell them, please, if at all the trees have been cut, we tell them, please plant trees, so that we follow, and we follow up. Every 1 year you have to go and report to the head of state what you have done to that report. So, and that's what we call the annual reporting on the implementation of the National Plan of Action. That is stage 6. These are the structures which I've been explaining. On your left, I don't know what is it, okay. On your left, you'll see the APRM heads of state and government. That is the forum, that is the head of the APRM. Then below it is the committee of focal points. The focal points are the ministers or some people who are at that level of minister. And they are liaising with us, and they are liaising with the head of state. And they should be able, such a person should be able to talk to the president straight, should be able to talk to us straight. So he's like a coordinator in between. So that is the committee of focal point. And why you call it a committee? Because it's composed of all ministers where APRM exists. It is a composition of that. Then below that there is a panel of eminent members, of eminent persons. They are now 10. At first there were 7, but the head of state agreed that we should have 10, so that we have the whole 2 members from each region, because we have got 5 regions in Africa. So 2. They had to make up 10. Now they are no longer 9. Then below that we have got a continental secretariat where I belong now. Then on the right, that is a duplicate of the first one. We have got head of state who is the head of within a country of APRM member state. Then below him, of course, there is a minister. Then below him there is the National Governing Council, which I explained earlier, that it is a body which is representative of all stakeholders in the country who know what is happening in the country. Like if we have got representative of women, women know better their problems, they know better their good practices. If you have got children, if you have got the youngsters, they know better their issues. So when we go to country, we want to meet such a people because they are the ones who know what affects them and how which best thing they have done. Then the National Secretariat is the one, of course, administering and providing support services to both the NGC and the minister at the focal point. The functions I've already explained it. The focal point, that is the minister, that is the link person. Then the National Governing Council, the commission in some countries. It leads the country self-assessment process in the country, and it is representative of all stakeholders within the country. Then the National Secretariat, it gives technical and administrative support to the NGC and also to the focal points. Now, the African heads of state have initiated a process, and they gave APRM a mandate to write African governance report, because we are the governors on the African governance issues. So they gave us a mandate at the 16th Extraordinary Summit, and said APRM has to write reports on governance. And in May this year, they agreed with among themselves that APRM and the African governance architecture, that is African governance architecture, is the body which is charged also with governance within the African Union. And they agreed that we should redesign a third edition of the African governance report for 2023 to reflect issues related to unconstitutional changes of governance on the continent. You realize 2020, 2021, and 2022, we have been having coups on the African continent. So the heads of state got concerned and said, why don't you go to find out what is causing all of this? Out of the blue, Africa was stable. Apart from the wave we got in Northern Africa, but we have been stable. But then of recent, in the recent years, West Africa got some instability here and there. So and then some other countries, of course, so not only West Africa. So they have given us a mandate that to find out what is happening. Currently, the APRM is working on the African governance report, which is focusing on constitutional changes of government. The African Governance Report 2023 is addressing the causes of unconstitutional changes of government through evidence-based approach of targeted assessments in member states that have recently experienced an unconstitutional change of government, or those that have experienced various types of unconstitutional change of government in the past. And the theme that we look at when we are going to countries, we have identified some areas which we should explore and see whether they could be the areas which we should be focusing on when we are looking at an constitutional change of government. One, constitutional order, state legitimacy, and change of government in Africa. Then integrity of democratic elections and change of government. You have realized after elections in some countries there is violence. We want to know what are the tenets, what are the trigger issues that bring all of that. Constitutionalism and government change in Africa, then economic governance, public accountability and governance change in Africa, managing diversity. You know, we have got different types of people, different types of cultures, different types of tribes, and could they be the source of problems that we are having? Then human rights violations. Then unpopular risings, mass demonstrations, whereby you find that people, they don't have sugar, they don't have soap, then they say, okay, let's rise up and cause some change. Military interventions. We have seen some military men engaging civilians who are armed and being killed. What is the cause? And then sanctions. We also look at sanctions regime. Can they help, if at all we sanction? So what are the value added by these targeted assessments that we are looking at. The targeted assessments will be conducted in the 7 countries of Africa as for 2020, for the report for 2023. And they will be Comoros, Republic of Guinea, Sierra Leone, Lesotho, Chad, Mali, and Burkina Faso. We have already taken a review to Sierra Leone and Lesotho. Guinea is going to be approached, and Chad, then others will follow. But Sierra Leone and Lesotho have already undergone that. These reports will provide country-specific information on the countries visited. The results of these case studies will be integrated in the thematic analysis of the African Governance Report for 2023. The process will be implemented by both APRM and even non-APRM members, because it is AU Assembly decision, so we have to involve also the non-APRM member states, and they have all agreed. Like Guinea is not a member of APRM, and even Comoro, but they have agreed. They called us, they said, let's you come and see and check what is happening within our country. Then selected countries have experience on unconstitutional changes on governance and will present a learning opportunities to AU member states on the triggers and causes of unconstitutional change of governments, and this will serve as the basis for the development and implementation of early warning mechanisms of unconstitutional change of government on the continent. So it is a learning experience. What has caused a problem in some country could be the same problem that will cause a problem in another country. So if we can get all those causes, then we shall share within the African continent so that we avoid future conflicts. Then I added a slide. What is the main value of all this APRM whatever that we are doing? What does it add? Of what use is it? Is it to the West, or is it to some value to the African governance? Well, it has promoted governance agenda on the African continent, and we own it now because we are in charge of all governance agendas on the African continent, and we are trying to ensure that there is upholding of fundamental principles of accountability, transparency between government and the governed, particularly through the review processes. The APRM, through its inclusive and participatory processes, opened the political space and national dialogue among stakeholders in member states on issues of national interest. We involve each and everybody. So people who are voiceless can now be heard. It has been a platform for sharing experiences to effectively address African common cross-cutting issues such as ethnic, religious, cultural, religion, gender, and everything of that sort. The APRM, of course, has acted as an early warning mechanism on member states. If we can quote the earlier warning the warning sign in Kenya, whereby in 2008 we had told them that, look, through our report, through our review, we had told them, please do something on your tribal clashes. Do something on trying to keep harmony between tribes. And out of the blue, when they went for elections, they used the tribal sentiments in the elections, and fire was high after the elections. In South Africa, we predicted that there was some xenophobic sentiments, and out of the blue, there were clashes between South Africans and non-South Africans. So let's go to the URL. The role of parliamentarians in the APRM process is, of course, very important. Our base document provides that 6 months after the country review report has been considered by head of state and government, it must be formally and publicly tabled in regional and sub-regional structures, foremost the Pan-African Parliament, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ECOSOC, and other sister organizations. We usually come here to present our reports. If now you already would have come to present our other reports, we could always, and we are always invited, but this time we are not invited to present a report, but to sensitize you about the process first, so that you know what we do. Then we shall bring our reports for you to understand what issues we found out in specific countries, and then also give us advice. Give advice to those countries which have been reviewed to improve on their governance practices. We are not all knowing. You know better your countries, and your added voice is better, is important, and we value it too. So that's why we usually come and table those reports to you, because you know better your constituencies and where those things happen. Parliaments have a responsibility of anchoring the rule of law and fostering the values of democracy, good governance, equality, and domestic accountability. Our parliaments are at 3 levels. 1, national, your national parliament. 2, regional, your economic community parliaments. Then continental, which you are in now. These parliaments, all the countries and peoples of Africa, the responsibility of exercising their role to facilitate public ownership of APRM. If I can zero down to the role of national parliament, at a national level, the parliament should actively participate in APRM National Governing Council. They should be part of the APRM National Governing Council and take their membership in the council seriously, including the preparation of self-assessment report and preliminary national plan of action. Then assist influencing government decisions on policies on APRM, ensure sustainability of APRM process by passing registrations, mobilizing grassroots support for APRM process, because you know better. Then pass budgets for APRM process. Seek for equitable representation in the NGC or commissions, and play an active role in this body. Organize and participate in sensitization events on the mechanism, and engage APRM democracy advocacy in their constituencies, especially in rural areas which don't know about APRM. The role of regional parliament. At the regional level, we have got, we table country review reports, especially in reviewed areas. And like we have done so in the East African Community Parliament, the IARA had to see, to get our reports from Uganda and Kenya and Rwanda, and then Sudan. But we are going to table others when we have got other reports that are reviewed. Then and we have also engaged ECOWAS. We went there last year but one, and we are going to present reports of Nigeria and then of Ghana. Ghana was reviewed some time back, but Nigeria has been reviewed twice. We are going to present a report there. Another role is to consolidate sub-regional integration by promoting and ratifying and demonstrating standards and codes which you have not signed or even demonstrated and or ratified. Promote the establishment of sub-regional institutions of dissemination of information on governance guided by the fundamental principles of APRM, such as African ownership and leadership, and fostering peer learning. Encouraging non-member states of the region that have not yet acceded to APRM process. There are some, like in Southern Africa, we have got Swaziland, it has not joined it. So if you are from Swaziland, after hearing the good news about the APRM, join, because you are all promoting APRM, we are all promoting governance on the African continent. There are other countries which have not joined it. In northern, in West Africa, we have got Guinea. The two Guineas have not joined it, and we urge them to join. Comoro, we are almost, they are joining, I think, next year in Eastern Africa. Okay, then encourage the media and the civil society and stakeholders within the region to participate in the implementation of the APRM and NPOA. Share experiences, especially gained in APRM process and implementation, without forgetting challenges facing the mechanism. If you see any challenge, please, or if you feel that your country is facing some challenges, please share. That's the use of Africanness, the togetherness of Africa. The problem shouldn't be met alone by one country and dealt alone by one country. We have got many countries, 54 of them, which need to understand, which need to know how they should address their own problems, their own issues. At a continental level, now I am talking to you, the people whom I am with, the excellency, the honorary members whom I am with now. Promote transnational peer learning, experience sharing amongst countries. When you get an opportunity like this one, exploit it, please, so that you benefit your member states. Get information, how is Morocco being governed? How is Egypt being governed? How is Ghana being governed? How is South Africa being governed? Share, how have you overcome a problem? Share, this is an opportunity given to you. So, and you get reports. What has come out of these reports? How did you solve this problem? What was good in that report? Share experiences, governance especially, because we are concerned with governance. That's our mandate. Governance challenges and even good governance areas. You share them so that it will benefit us all. Don't enjoy the sweet alone. If you have got some good sweet, share it with your friends. What's wrong with that? Africa, we are here to share together, to be together and enjoy together and develop even together and solve problems together. We are not to do it in a selfish manner, no. Okay, provide opportunities for tabling APRM reports. Indeed, you have done it. I salute on that. Establish parliamentary committees to monitor implementation of the National Plan of Action in participating countries. And indeed, I know you have got a bureau. You have got human rights bureau. You have got natural resources. You have environment. All of those, you get to reports and find out whether there are some issues which we touched on, and you can share. The information is to be shared. Encourage all AU member states to accede to APRM. I mean that I have already said it earlier. So how do we conclude? APRM is confident of the strong commitment of parliamentarians at a national, subnational, and continental level in ensuring success. We have your support. That's why we have parliamentarians in our APRM process, and that's why we are involving you, because we know you command a big constituency of the population, because you have got different constituencies and you are the leaders, so you command that respect and you command that, you have that power, so you can always move issues more quickly than us who are not there, even more quickly than the presidents. APRM also relies on the ability of Parliament to influence government decisions and policies by passing legislations and mobilizing support for APRM process, as well as participating in sensitization on APRM. You have got a mandate in your national parliaments to pass bills, financial bills, pass legislations, to pass even budget for processes, for activities. Please include also APRM among the areas to be, among the activities to be budgeted for. And then APRM also has got ensure that parliaments will fulfill the mandate of implementing the national program of action in member states. APRM further hopes that partnership between parliaments and APRM will continue to foster respect for the rule of law, create a conducive environment to fulfill its legitimate aspirations for stability, sustainable economic, social development based on good governance. I thank you, honorable members of Parliament. Thank you for allowing me to address you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katendeko, for the presentation. Another round of applause. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 about. Who registered, who would want to, you can take a seat there. We now move to debate by members. The debate on the APRIM. Oh, I have more coming in. Sorry? 5, so we may have about 11. I give the floor to Honorable Domai Gatpang Kulang.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the chance. The presenter gave us...
Sorry, just to request the timekeepers that let's apply the 3-minute rule.
And you have taken one of my minutes.
Okay, agreed, I've taken 1 minute, but they had not yet also timed you. Thank you.
The report was so elaborate and educated us. Yes, you captured almost everything. That I did not heard is the women participation, the women groups in that particular member state, and the youth. You know, these two play a very, very, very crucial role in our society, and they are the majority. Yet, when we go there, we overlook them. We don't even consider their contribution. We were talking of yesterday sanctions. I'm sorry to take us back. The sanctions. I was thinking of counter sanctions from Africa here against those who are sanctioning us. One of them is we deny them visas, we suspend their business, their investment in Africa. We can even close their embassies. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Dr. Mahmoud Anadif Yusuf of Chad.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The African mechanism of peers, the peers review mechanism, I am fully aware of its important. A week ago, I am heading a group of political parties. I asked them to respond to the situation, and I came here in order to find this important information available. Now, I am aware of this important mechanism. It is very important for us in Africa. It is a product of the African genius, and in the last years, I was given several times the indication of emphasizing the field work. We are not emphasizing the work in capitals, but we are, the majority of people, they are going to capitals. But in order to know the facts, we have to go to the other areas. So when the only point is when you reach a certain conclusion, you have to publicize it. In a lot of cases, we are receiving the information at the governmental level. The answers have to reach everybody. And also, we should organize workshops and seminars, because this mechanism gives facts. And I remember a few years ago, I was heading one of the delegations, and we find facts. We cannot avoid facts and reality. So we should organize seminars and workshops to promote awareness of such organizations. And at the end, about languages. In Chad, the two official languages of the state are French and Arabic. So any information that reaches us, it must come in the two languages. And the majority of documentation that reaches our country, reaching the Francophone countries, are in English. We have to be aware of this and to consider the language. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. And you are keeping time. That is impressive. I give the floor to Honorable Mepato Reatile.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank the presenter with elaborative presentation. I have a few questions here, Mr. Speaker, to the presenter. The question that I would like to pose to the presenter here is, after this, the report has been compiled about various countries, really, what can the citizens of those countries expect as a repercussions to the member states? Because if the report is going to be a report after a report, report after a report, there's no consequences. Really, it doesn't mean anything. We are convening as a club, as an APR mechanism. Really doesn't interpret anything to the ordinary person. So what is really the ordinary people can expect from your organization as a consequence to the members? Currently, in Africa, some lawyers, media practitioners, politicians are imprisoned without charge, without trial. So what is the expectation that those people can expect from your organization as a repercussions to the member state? These are the most important thing. I think one other thing, why can't you come up with a suspending those countries, not sanctions, suspending them to participate in the affairs of the continent because they are not in compliance with what is the dream of the African review mechanism. Because if we keep on saying, no, do this, and they keep on persisting with the ugly posture, and we are not coming up with the intervention, really, to me, we are convening here as a club of friends, not saying anything to the ordinary people. I thank you, Honorable President.
Honorable Reatile, I give the floor to Honorable Dr. Kogoswan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Katendeko. It has been an eye-opening report. I have a couple of questions that I want to pose. The first is, you said that you are an independent entity that is not being manipulated by anybody. Excuse me, may I know who is funding this project? Because whoever could be funding the project would be the one who will be setting the agenda. Now, the other thing is, what about the buy-in? Are you sure that there is a full buy-in among the members? Are they cooperating? What challenges do you have in trying to review some of these countries? Are there some resistance? Because it is one thing to sign on this thing and to comply. The other thing in conducting the reviews, how do you do them? Do you do them by invitation, or do you do them do you make a request? What criteria are you using to do your reviews? Lastly, with respect to local arrangements, are you sure that this, what do you call them, national governing councils, how many countries have got this national governing councils? Because I come from the Botswana Parliament, I have not heard of this structure. Is it an autonomous? To what extent is this body autonomous? I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable Dr. Noho Abar of Niger.
Mr. President, I did ask for the floor in terms of the Committee of Health, Labour and Social Affairs. If you look at your notes, I've just asked for the floor then. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je ne sais pas si vous...
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I said that I did ask for the floor to respond to the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs.
Documents need to be screened. They are just being handed over to me as they are. So they should go there. I give the floor to Honorable Nibirantize Jean-Marie of Burundi.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm very happy to hear once more a presentation from the African Peer Review Mechanism, because I got to know them in 2022 in August. I first heard. In our countries, it's the African Peer Review Mechanism is not very well known. And I do ask myself the question, the APRM does very good work, but sometimes we hear of countries who are unjustly accused of bad governance or other allegations. What does the APRM to go against such accusations? For example, like in Africans in the North, how can countries defend themselves against such accusations? Sometimes we also hear that in some countries there are serious violations of their constitution, of their governance, or bad governance, or governance which leaves much to be desired. What is the finality of your product? What is of your report? What are the results? Once you know that there are countries which are violating their constitutions or where there is bad governance, as I've just said, what is the point and what is the finality of the reports?
Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable Bettine Koadio.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like myself to congratulate Mr. Ferdinand Kantendeko for his wonderful presentation. I asked for the floor to try to understand the efficiency of the APRM. Other members of Parliament also have said the same thing, perhaps in other words. But the APRM says it is an autonomous organ which has been created by heads of state. So the autonomy does raise questions, because in terms of the evaluation of all kinds of organs in our countries, For example, where democracy is concerned, where governance is concerned, in case of tactics. They talk about governance, they talk about economic management, they talk about the management of companies. It's true that the presentation was very clear, but the question is, what is the point, what is the objective of the work that is done in our country, or in our countries? Because, as I said, every time I see this, I'm very sorry to see that we are a continent that needs resources, and I do ask myself the question, what do we do with our resources? When we create an institution, and I'm not saying this just in terms of the APRM, but we create many organs. We create many organs which seem to be serving the same obstacles or the same ends, and this can create problems. There's got to be a theory in terms of choice of your investments, and I think that we should be able to use the resources which we are given or have on things that can really lead us to education and to the industrialization of our countries. We have too many theories, unfortunately, and not enough actions. So the suggestion I would like to make to the APRM is that as the report has been presented, it seems to be very clear. But when these reports are not presented, for example, in front of our own parliaments or and our own local parliaments, it's not going to have any effect at all. Because when you produce a report on the Côte d'Ivoire and you're going to the National Parliament of Côte d'Ivoire, then naturally all the ministries or the departments where there are problems, there we would have the possibility of avoiding these issues. We could have training sessions with the members of parliament to explain, for example, where the insufficiencies are which have been raised in your report. But when your report is presented... Sorry, you have 1 minute. Mr. President, I think it's very important that as long as you don't present those reports to those countries which you are then criticizing, I think you need to present those reports to our own countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable Swartboy, Namibia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the presenter for the report. I want to find out first what tools have they used to classify South Africa as a xenophobic nation. Because he said they had issued warnings that there will be xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Is it fair that an institution such as the APRM decides to stigmatize a country that has done so much for this continent, and that stigmatization is apparently perhaps driven by desktop research, perhaps by opinion polling? What studies have they done to understand from which lens communities are unhappy with whatever it is that they express? So I think it's quite unfair to label a country xenophobic and then leave it there, because tomorrow it will be another African state that could be labeled along those lines. What do we say about it? So the institutions must be responsible and careful in what they do. I want to say, Mr. President, that the APRM is actually an African government's peer review mechanism. It's not an African state's peer review mechanism, because who gets the reports that they have compiled? I think my colleague from Cameroon spoke about it.
Sorry, can you repeat the expression? Spear and peer. Can you come back again so that we record it correctly?
Yeah, I'm saying, Your Excellency, that the mechanism is perhaps not an African peer review mechanism. It is an African government's review mechanism. Okay. Because we do not know who gets the reports they compile, how do they compile it, who consumes the reports, who debates them, and who corrects what must be corrected in these reports. Who does that? The colleague from Botswana spoke about this. Where are these committees at national level? Who do they account to? None of the reports are ever tabled at parliamentary level. And the belief that executives are elected, that the executive arm of state is elected, is misplaced. No minister gets elected, parliament gets elected, ministers get appointed from parliaments. But still, these things are done with the executive, never with parliaments that are actually the representatives of the people. In terms of democracy, I want to understand what measures are they using to label a country democratic or otherwise. There are various measures that have been used by international organizations. And according to those measures, many of the African states are actually not democratic in many measures. They are not. They are transitioning, or they are defective democracies in many instances. Because when ruling parties keep on doing whatever they are doing in some countries, getting re-elected,
they're going to give you 1 minute if it can help you.
Excellency, you are such a democratic leader. That's why we voted for you.
Thank you.
Then, the question, Your Excellency, the question of the youth. We keep on pushing women, absolutely correct. But in this continent, Bawazisi put himself on fire. There was a major eruption, what they call the Arab Spring. Where is the youth in the peer review question? To what extent are they well accommodated in terms of putting them front center of everything we do? We just shift to women, but what about this continent that sits on a time bomb that will have more than 600-700 million young people by 2035? What do we do with that? What is this mechanism saying? And therefore, I think, how do they also calculate the success story of a country? Have they started to think about other measures except GDP measurements of how a country has achieved happiness, how a country is able to overcome its challenges, or are they imposing Western models, philosophical, political, sociological, anthropological? Are they imposing those models to assess countries, or are they looking at African models to assess countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor to Professor Matole Motseka.
Honorable President and distinguished members, my limited understanding is that the APRM is a creature of the heads of state and governments. And how can such a creature be an oversight body over its creators, who I guess are also responsible for funding it? So I want to agree with the Honorable Swartboy, who says, is this not a club of friends? Or I think Honorable Leatile says, is this not a club of friends that has nothing to do with the interest of the masses of the people? Another question I have is, isn't the Pan-African Parliament the best suited institution to conduct oversight over member states? So my recommendation would be that we take the responsibility of overseeing the performance of member states on governance to PAP. That's the legitimate body which represents the people of Africa and is the voice of the people of Africa. Secondly, the governance and human rights is really about political freedom, the implementation of political freedom. But the instability of Africa, unconstitutional changes of government, and all these conflicts are not actually about the failure of African people to govern themselves. It's because they don't have people's rights. For instance, we don't have the right to the land and its natural resources. It was pointed out yesterday that the land is still owned by foreigners. We can't even produce food for ourselves. We can't have clean environment because we are not in charge of our own spaces. Then I want to suggest that the key issue which should be on the agenda of African governments is the right of African people to development and the transfer of skills. Because before we were colonized, we had skills, but some people took our skills and technologies. Now they have a duty to transfer these skills back to us, because even the UN resolution.
I give you an extra minute. Sorry, switch on your mic.
Extra minutes, I want to suggest that our focus now must shift from just ensuring that we have good governance to control of the land, mineral resources, and the acquisition of the right to development. Because if we develop African people, there won't be competition for resources, there won't be conflicts, there won't be unconstitutional change of government. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Professor Matole. I can't see Honorable Pemima Jodina. She's registered. She's not in the chamber. Honorable Janet Kabila.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I would first of all like to thank our presenter, Mr. Ferdinand Katendeko, on his presentation of the African Review Peer Mechanism, African Peer Review Mechanism. Some of the questions that I wanted to ask are already covered, for example, on the funding by the colleague from Botswana who funds these missions, and the second one by Honorable Nibiratinje. But I would like to add on that, Honorable President, what happens to the report at the end? Because there is a provision that says within 6 months after the peer review, the published country review report must be tabled in the sub-regional institutions, Pan-African Parliament, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, AU Peace and Security Council, Economic, Social and Cultural Council of the African Union, ECOSOG, but I don't remember having seen the report tabled here. Yes, we have the presentation, but if next time, the next session, they can table the report on the countries that have been reviewed. Another issue I want to ask, since APRM acts as an early warning instrument or tool in the member countries, and I'm asking a question on the democracy and political government thematic. What happened? Did we miss the early warning signs in the countries that have been having problems like Mali? There is Mali, there is Guinea, there is Burkina Faso and the other countries. What did we miss the early warning signs? And lastly, Honorable President, I want to know, how do APRM cross-check the credibility of the reporting by the member countries and the civil society? I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable Yeremia Chihana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take a different dimension to the peer review. I have seen that you have tackled on governance, but governance without funding and the financial implications is irrelevant. I'm trying to look at, have you done reviews on countries which are affected by debt stress? Most of the countries have taken quite a lot of debts from China and are having a lot of debt stress because of those debts, because they took them without understanding the cost implications of the debt, the interest payable, and now when it comes to servicing them, it is becoming very, very difficult, and it is strangulating their budgets. And vis-a-vis, it is also having an implication on the general governance of their countries. Apart from that debt, there's also quite a lot of debts which are being suffocated by IMF and World Bank. But those are soft loans and they have been coupled with the grants. But especially the Chinese debts which are really affecting the African continent. On the same note, the coming in of the Chinese, or they're giving us some financial resources and help, have you reviewed how our resources are being taken away from this continent without full control of our member countries knowing what is really happening in terms of value of what is being taken out of the continent? On the same note, how do you review the corruption index, which is coming with the, much as we say that maybe African governments are corrupt, but really if you look at it in a bigger way, it is the same maybe the Chinese who are corrupting the African government. Why can't we review so that we should know who is really the person who is the corrupter? Why I'm saying this is, we pretend as if we Africans are the ones who have been corrupt, but we are being corrupted. The corrupter is the donor. Why can't we have a proper review to review the donor? What is he doing in that country, in those countries? Because they are the sources of these governments which are taking over power, maybe through backdoors, suspending the constitutions. But mostly on corruption, you find that it is the same people who are bringing, say we're going to do infrastructure, but in the same context, they bring their labor force, they take our resources, they also corrupt the government. Having said that, maybe let me take you out also on a different dimensions. 2 days ago, there was an issue about Zimbabwe. They wanted to address the community that sanctions must be removed. Have you gone to Zimbabwe to review why sanctions came into place? Why it happened for those donors to suspend funding? And how far have they gone to review their country in terms of this, so that thank you. Yeah, I wanted to find out whether the root cause of those suspension of aid and grants have been addressed, and if they have been addressed, what is delaying the resumption of aid and grants to Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Honorable Fateh Botbik.
شكرا سعادة السيد الرئيس. I thank you, Mr. President. We're very delighted. We're very delighted of this presentation, just as we were delighted with presentation yesterday. And the proof of that is that there has been real progress of the mechanisms of the African Union and African mechanisms. So whenever we get out of the continent, we realize our shortcomings and get closer to the African peoples in order to come up with African solutions. We did really ignore the role of this mechanism, and we have listened to this presentation by the presenter. And I'm sure that APRM has a great role in promoting good governance. There have been some good experiences throughout Africa, and we should take them as a model. We in Algeria, for example, through the new constitution, which has given the appropriate position to the opposition in Parliament, and also has given a great role to Parliament in order to control the executive. And this has come out through the general declaration of the government after approving the policy of the government. And there have been more than 370 speakers who have taken the floor during the debate with the Prime Minister. And after that, there have been important decisions that have been undertaken, that is, instructions to governors and ministers in order to meet at least once a month with the parliamentarians and present their concerns. This is just an example because it is necessary to provide transparency in the management of government affairs. So the most important indicators in governance is to revisit the role of the legislative power. And whenever and if we ever allow foreign interference, then there is always a violation of human rights. We in Algeria are very proud of this mechanism, and Dr. Sharif Rahmani, former minister, is the representative of Algeria in the APRM. So when I have a question as concerns this APRM, that it has to do with the term of membership in the APRM, and I would like to recommend the Parliament that we can get inspiration from this report in order to write down our recommendations. And governments should know that APRM has a very important role. Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is Honorable John Bideri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable President. I would also want to associate myself with the rest of the speakers to thank the presenter from the African Peer Review Mechanism for the excellent presentation, giving us the status of the review mechanisms on the continent. When you look at the aims of the APRM, is mainly to foster good governance and support high economic growth, sustainable development, and accelerated sub-regional continental integration within the continent, as well as states learning from each other and sharing experiences. I would like to say that the countries which have taken the lead in ensuring that this peer review mechanism goes on well, we should congratulate them at this stage, but also encourage the other countries that have not come on board to do so, because I think the benefits are evident, and it's very important that all countries on the African continent gets involved or gets on board on this review mechanism. However, one of the challenges that I want to pose to the Secretariat of the peer review mechanism is that many countries signed the protocols and agreements at regional, continental, and even at international level. But the challenge that remains, even from the reports that we receive here, is that the domestication of those protocols and agreements, as well as the ratification, remains a very big challenge. And even our own protocol here at the Pan-African Parliament has only been signed, I think, by 14 countries since 2014. And what I would imagine is that this affects governance in some respect, because whatever operations you are doing under those arrangements, basically one would say that they're outside the law. So I want to find out from the peer review mechanisms whether there is, as part of their terms of reference, whether this is one of the issues that they look at, and if they don't, why they shouldn't put this as a priority, so that the African countries which have engaged themselves by signing some of these protocols and agreements get to domesticate them as urgently as possible. In fact, I think there should be time limit in which they should do so, beyond which they should be considered as non-members or as non-signatories.
1 minute, if you haven't finished, you have finished.
Honorable President, Honorable Majadin is not yet here. Can I take her minutes, please?
I don't think the rules will allow that. I don't think the rules will allow.
Honorable President,
fortunately, you presented very well earlier on, and right.
President, I submitted my name.
Yeah, the people don't register, and then come at the end as an afterthought. That should be discouraged. If you have an interest, but I know Honorable Kasingo, when I have your paper, I'll give you the floor. Honorable Kasingo, I'll give you the floor. Your paper is here. But Honorable Felix, I don't see anything like this here. Honorable Kasingo.
I'm the one who came last. It should be the last from my side. I thank you, Honorable President, and also the presenter. I just have one question. You stated that report goes to the head of state, they look at it. I would like just you to give us at least 2 examples of certain countries which were shared by the head of state and what were their reactions. Thank you.
Now, before I give the floor to the presenter, Mr. Katendeko, I just want to say the PRA team has been in this parliament, I think several times, presenting their reports, but usually they are very belated. They will give you a report that is 2 years, 3 years old. It's not within 6 months. I'm saying this because I want him to respond to this. That yes, you may say we have been to PAP before, and I will confirm that we have received country reports, voluminous with the copies for each country out there. Yes, we have received them. But usually, this is 2022, you would give us maybe a report of 2019. So in terms of follow-up, a problem. Just to sharpen when you respond, 42-member APRIM. Why are the rest unwilling? And some of the members that you have reviewed on governance, can you also give us why, despite having been assessed, they go to coups? Because that report would have mentioned some of the risks and likely and whatever, early warning issues. Why is it like Mali? Mali, you have assessed Mali before, and I think you have even given a report to this chamber, if I remember. But if you look at what's happening in Mali, what's happening in Burkina Faso, I believe these are countries that you had assessed. So what could be done beyond assessment to ensure that countries comply? And when you use the term peer review, who are the peers? Is it the APRM being peer itself? Because peer implies that countries themselves assess one another. That's peer, among yourselves. Have any countries been involved in assessment of each other or one another? So when your office assesses a country, can we call that peer review? Or the peer comes into arises because you give that report to other people, other countries. So to the extent that other countries read that report, that becomes peer review. Yeah, you may want to look at a better terminology. Because peer means something else. Now, one area I know I've listened to you before, but we keep learning. Focal point. The focal point, the governing council, the National Secretariat. This is where peer fails also, because the focal point are the government themselves. They are civil servants, they are governments. And then the Governing Council, National Secretariat, those are civil servants. The question was raised, why is the National Parliament not involved in this? Okay, in terms of what you have said, maybe it is not correct. And the Africa Governance Report, I thought in our countries, I think all of us, institutions that are independent report to Parliament. In all I think I can even say all the countries, an institution which is independent tables a report to Parliament. So the fact that you don't table a report to PAP questions the integrity of the reports, the independence of the reports. It appears civil servants commit the crimes, or governments are the ones that misgovern, but they are the ones again assessing themselves. Now, of course, youth and women, I'll leave it. There is, I think, as we relate with you, the question has been raised. Within the AU, we have the Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights. We have a commission, or it's not a commission, but the Anti-Corruption Board, they call it a board. The Anti-Corruption Board within the AU, and it is funded by the AU. Within the AU, we have APRIM and the Pan-African Parliament. I think these institutions need to sit and agree the sort of boundaries. There are serious overlaps. There are serious overlaps. We go to the assembly, we see the Human Rights Commission giving a report on human rights on the continent. If you look at our rules, we are also mandated to look at the human rights on the continent. Listening to you, you are also mandated to look at human rights on the continent. And of course, issues of corruption, we are all seized with that one. Instead of saying the AU should do something, I think we should meet ourselves and say, right, which areas can you emphasize on as APRM and PAP? Because much of the work that APRM does is oversight. If you listen to what you say, it's about oversight. Oversighting institutions on the continent. Yet when you go to our rules, some of the things that you are doing, we are also doing them. So maybe we need to sit down and synchronize. I hear the question of funding. I'll leave the funding issue to yourself. And I think the critical point is, where do the reports go and how are they then put into or implemented? And then one issue which I expect, or we expect as PAP, would expect APRM to be very loud on. If you are talking of good governance on the continent, good governance, elections, and in your report, I know you do cover elections. The whole issue of management of elections. You are aware that at the continental level, the premier election observer mission is a parliament. Then anyone else can join us. Oh, thank you very much. Welcome, our first Vice President. Welcome. Let's. You get these things. Right, the Honorable Vice President, First Vice President, sorry. Honorable First Vice President, I was welcoming you. We are aware that she was indisposed. She was in poor health temporarily. She's a very fit woman, of course, but temporarily for a week, she was not feeling well. She's managed to join us. Can we clap for her again? Thank you. So I was saying the APRIM should in its report say, the African Union, why are you not funding the Parliament of Africa to observe elections? I think that's a very important issue about governance. And you know, the European Union comes into Africa to observe elections and give a judgment. When PAP is unfunded, it's just zero. I thought those are issues that you also need to raise to say if it's part of governance, that's not good governance for us not to observe our own elections. But more seriously for the APRIM, that your focus is to mastery on governance issues, is to look at issues of natural resource management on the continent. It's part of good governance. Natural resource management, which then includes issues of land access by us on the continent, issues of minerals, who is benefiting from the minerals on the continent, who is benefiting from wildlife on the continent. And I thought your report should touch more into those issues, how the resource governance issues country by country. There are too many players talking about politics only. I said Human Rights Commission, Human Rights and People's Rights. There is already someone talking about human rights funded by the AU. PAP is also supposed to oversight. So we're all playing in the same territory. But I thought if you focused on issues of livelihoods as an aspect of good governance, issues of natural resources governance on the continent, not exclusively, but be a bit deeper in those areas. I come from Zimbabwe. Somebody mentioned about sanctions in Zimbabwe. It was debated yesterday. I think as we go, we need a 1 hour, 2 hour presentation on Zimbabwe sanctions. I think to give more information to members. Some, of course, are aware why already, but for some reason they want to raise it again. Anyone who has read enough knows that Zimbabwe went to liberate, and after liberation we went to Lancaster House between September and December. From September to December, every day people were in the UK, London, negotiating independence. And it took too long because the sticking issue was land. You can read, you can give you the literature. There was, on land, there could be no movement. The whites wanted to retain land, and I did explain, 4,000 white farmers owned 80% of the land. And more than 15 million Zimbabweans were on less than 20%, and that caused the war. And the negotiations, I said September, October, November, December, people were locked up in London disagreeing because independence without land won't mean anything. Then I can go into detail. In the end, the independence was granted. After 20 years, people said to President Mugabe, but the whites still own the land. And those delays caused the war veterans to say, we fought in the bush, we are now occupying the land because we are taking too long. And the government is to run around and started a land reform program to give land to the to the owners of the land. And in the result, which is 2001, sanctions imposed. So there's a very close link when sanctions were imposed and when we took the land. Those who want to know, I can organize a workshop. I think next time separate. We invite you to a workshop. We invite a lot of speakers from Zimbabwe. They educate you on this issue, but I don't expect people from Southern Africa who are neighbors to actually misunderstand or misrepresent those facts. Can you take the floor and answer the questions?
President.
Thank you. Yes, proceed. Proceed and respond.
It's me here.
Yes.
President, I'm saying you are...
Oh, sorry, I can see this was you that side.
Yes. President, I think what you have said on Zimbabwe and the workshop is critical. I wanted to add to say that we could do a comparative analysis in that workshop. Let's look at what is happening in Namibia, in South Africa, and in Zimbabwe, and begin to exchange
notes.
Yes. And let's do it as early as possible before the end of this year.
Thank you. Let's discuss. So I invite the presenter now to respond.
I beg to respond from here, or if you want, I can come there. Okay, no problem. I am so tall, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency, the President, and the new, the new first Vice President. Thank you for coming. You missed part of the debate and the presentation. The second Vice President and the third Vice President, and then the clerk. Honorable members, thank you very much for your inputs and your comments and your questions. I have welcomed them in that you are contributing to the building of the APRM. This is what we want. We want to trigger such a debate. First, let me go to the women participation. The first question was about, do we involve women in our reviews? Do they participate? Exactly, they do. And when the National Governing Council is being set up, we encourage countries that all stakeholders, including women, the youth, the elderly, the crippled, the disabled, the private sector, the media, civil societies should be part of the system of this process. Otherwise, these are the people who know they represent a big population in the African continent. If we look at the civil society, what they represent, the women, the population that we have, the youth that we have, they form a big bulk of the population in Africa. So we cannot leave them behind. And indeed, when we are reviewing countries, we take their issues seriously. In democracy and political governance theme, we have got a whole chapter allocated to women rights. We have got a whole chapter allocated to the youth rights. We have got a whole chapter allocated to disabled persons. And if I can also add on that, do we also engage the private sector, the natural resources, which the Pan-African Parliament Promise President was saying? We devote the environment and management of natural resources. We look at them because we feel that without looking at the basics of the natural resources, you know, this natural resource is a fundamental factor of development. If we don't look at that, then you are building on water. What do you feed on? What feeds you? What brings life to us? It is a natural environment, in natural resources. So we look at them. Then somebody raised it about sanctions. That do we go for sanctions? Understand yesterday you also debated it. It depends upon you. Because initially APRM was established not to punish African states for violating human rights, for example, no, but advise and then see how to and advise how the problems could be solved internally, peer, African and non-African, not an African and a European, no. That's why we use the yardsticks within Africa. Somebody was asking me that, what yardsticks did you use? We use the African yardsticks, my friend, I think from Namibia. We don't borrow yardsticks from Europe, no.
Order.
Yes.
MPs are not referred to as my friend.
Thank you.
You can only say honorable member.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I apologize. Honorable members, I'm sorry. We don't use Europeans, we don't use American yardsticks. We use African. And that's why we go to countries to consult, because they are the people who know. We don't go to Europe to consult, no. We go to African stakeholders, the civil society, to you, to parliaments. We even consult parliaments when we go to countries. We don't go anywhere. So please, if I may correct that error that we use yardsticks of Europe, no, we don't. Because it is an African initiated instrument and it is African owned. It is not European owned, it's not American owned. If at all we go to use yardsticks of Europe or America, then it is no longer African owned. Because we are to solve African problems by ourselves. And that's what we encourage, honorable members. Then I could go to Chad was commending, and he was very, very happy. The honorable member was saying that we should popularize the APRM. Indeed, we are using the honorable members present here in this parliament to help us popularize APRM, to see what APRM can do to different countries. And you are partners. If I may actually pattern it with a question whereby they say the mandate of governance is being handled by several institutions and organs of African Union. True, because we feel that one person cannot solve a problem. We synergy together. When I present a report, I expect the parliament to help me, give me advice. That's why we bring reports to you. That's why when we finalize our reports, we bring them to you. And as the Honorable President, His Excellency President said, we usually bring reports here. Now we are even waiting for that invitation again, and we come and represent reports. Though sometimes, because we had not got that leave of presenting reports, sometimes we had a backlog, and we have been trying to reduce the backlog. Since 2006, we have been having all of those backlog, and we have to look at them and every report, and we have to present them every report to you. And we present these reports also in national parliaments. We don't, when the minister takes the report and presents it in his parliament, so that the parliament debates those reports. And if you invite us, we are ready to go. We don't mind. We are ready to go to parliaments. But we usually use the focal point or the minister in charge of that process in the country to present the country's report, so that you see what we found out in your countries. We are not really, we don't deny you information about that, because our mandate is to share information. It's not to keep it ourselves. We don't get information and keep it ourselves. You are the consumers. The population are the consumers. And these reports, by the way, should even go down to the grassroots, to the people who gave us even information, that this is information they gave us. What have we, how can we solve problems? It's not us solve problems, no. It is all Africans. It is all Africans. For us, we get information, analyze it, find the causes, and give recommendation what should be done. So we are not the ones who are going now to implement that from a continental level, from Midland, and we say, you implement. No, we are not policemen. We are not, unfortunately. We just help you to give you advice. This should be done in your countries, so that we see how we can move together at the same level, not to leave other countries behind and have other countries move forward. Independence, that who is funding you? Yes, you remember.
Sorry, order? No, you can't interrupt before he finishes. Okay. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Independence, that who is funding us? It is African Union that is funding us. It is you who is funding us. Because we believe that the funders should be from Africa. Because it is independent, it is an African mechanism. It's not Europe which is funding us. It is African which is funding us. You know, it is like you have a child and you say, I have to take you to study. That child goes to study and studies mathematics and studies physics, another one studies chemistry. You cannot say, you don't study physics. The man is independent. Or the woman is independent, isn't it? A student you take to school, you cannot say, please study law or study engineering. It depends. He is independent. He has to decide. And so when you give us a mandate, you fund us, but your mandate has to be fulfilled. We have to do what you gave us a mandate for. And so we remain independent. We don't have to deviate from that. We have to fulfill that mandate. You give us money, we have to utilize it according to the mandate that you gave us. So we are independent. We don't have to say, we don't have to go back and say, by the way, we have to tell us what to do. No. We have already been given a mandate. So we do it independently, by the way. And no, if I may say, no member state will come to us that, by the way, you write my report positively or negatively. No. Leave us to do our work independently, because that is how we do our work. And our work is independent in that it is done by experts, African experts, who have no role in politics, who have no role in the government. No, they are very independent in that sometimes you don't know that they are there, because because if you know, sometimes if you know, you may say, by the way, you write this. No, but we don't allow. And the heads of state appointed the panel of eminent persons. These eminent persons scrutinize the report and make sure that the report that you are writing is credible. If you write a biased report on a country, or if you write a report which is not correct without factual evidence, that report will be thrown out before it is presented to the head of state. Because these experts, these eminent persons, are well endowed in the capacity to see the economic part of it, to see the political part of it, to see the socio-economic part of it, the corporate part of it. They are well endowed in that, and the heads of state really select these panel members very well, and they look at all of that. And somebody who has committed a crime, who has been arrested anywhere, he cannot be elected as a member of the eminent persons. No, you can't. So that report has to be credible. Otherwise, you will be tarnishing the name of Africa, and we shall be laughed at by the external world who read these reports. That we don't know how to research and we don't do everything credibly. APRM not well known in member states, correct? Because we have not got the platform to go to all of these countries. Sometimes we are limited by resources, but we use people. We use officials and excellencies and honorable members like you whom we interact with to go and spread the gospel. Now that you have learned, honorable members, we request you and we plead with you that when you go back home, inform your constituents that we have heard about APRM. Just that. We have heard about APRM. When they ask you what is all about and you want more knowledge or information, write to us, we shall give you all of the data. So help us also. Then whenever we go to countries, we of course spread the process about APRM, but sometimes we don't reach everywhere because we are limited by resources. But whenever we are going to do some reviews, we make sure that we get all representatives of stakeholders from across the country, so that at least somebody, one or two, knows what APRM is all about. And that's why when we are reviewing also, the representatives are being taught or sensitized about APRM so that they can know what they are dealing with, why they are giving us information. Then that our reports should be represented in the parliaments, correct? Reports should be represented in the parliament. If your country has been reviewed and the report has not been presented in the parliament, then we shall you can contact us and we ask the focal point, or part of us will go to that country and present a report. That's what we do. If you have not got, and I repeat, if you have not presented, if your country has been reviewed and the report has not been presented in the parliament, please ask your excellencies, ask your focal point of APRM, or ask us, write to us that we need our report to be presented to parliament. We shall do it. That is our mandate. It is okay. Then what are the tools that we use? Yeah, we use a questionnaire, and the questionnaire is developed by Africans and has got indexes which are developed by us, by the Africans. They are the tool that we use, and we have to the information that we get. It is either audible, you hear it from the public, from as I'm talking to you, hear it from the people. I ask, do you have Ebola? The people will raise up the hand. Yeah, we have Ebola. I mean, if the people are telling me that you have Ebola, I mean, what can I say? Can I say you don't have Ebola when I've heard it from you? Eh? You are the ones who tell us. We don't get anything from anywhere. The population which we interact with is the one which tells us that we have this problem. And then we ask, what are the good practices? What are you doing that is good, that can be shared in the African continent? Some people say we have got better hospitals. We go and check how many hospitals do you have per county or per district. They tell us and we write it down. So we share that experience like that with other countries when we present reports. So the information that we get is basically from the stakeholders, from the Africans. For us, we are a conduit. We get information from your people and we present it. That is all we do. It is simple, and it is not, we are not generating, we are not creating knowledge from, we are not getting knowledge from anywhere else. It is from you people, from the people of Africa who give us information and we present it. Are the youth accommodated? Yeah, that one I've already answered. That are we using a Western model? No, we are not using Western model. We are using African model. Then, how can APRM be an oversight body which is funded by states? Yeah, it is our mandate. We are given this mandate by head of state, and so we carry out our mandate because of that mandate that was given by the head of state. So, if at all they tell us that please do this, we are not here to say no, we don't want. Otherwise, we shall have failed them. Our heads of state are your heads of state. We don't have to disobey them. Because when we disobey them, then, they are our leaders. And when they ask us to do this, we do it. So we do what we are being told. And I have been hearing that it is a club of friends. No, it's not a club of friends. They are your excellencies. Your Excellencies who need advice from the local people, because we get information from the local people and then write a report and then present it to them. You say, this is what we have got from the local people whom you lead. So, and we have got an advice, we have got recommendations attached to that report. We say, this one, the local leaders say they don't have water, so please, we advise that you provide water. We advise, don't arrest people and prison them in unknown places. So then that PAP should be an oversight body to oversee governance on the country. True, that's why we are coming here. We should liaise with you. These problems of Africa cannot be handled by one person. No, they are handled by several people. That's why we come to share with the information. Otherwise, we would have been alone there. Then you also go alone somewhere. But if you meet together like we are meeting now, don't you see that I am now getting more information from you? If I had kept in my office, how would I have got information on your feelings? This is what we do. And we should encourage it, and we should be coming together so that we harmonize and address and tackle this problem of lack of governance in Africa and together. Let's synergize. It is a synergy. It's not that we should be competing. We are not competitors. We are brothers and sisters working together. And we should wholeheartedly, we should use different tools. If at all you are debating, you are using your mouth to debate governance, we use others using mechanical to hammer the governance on the ground in the African continent. But let's use all resources, let's use all brains, let's use everybody to overcome our African problems. Please, honorable members, I beg you that we should keep working together. Come to us, we also come to you, honorable members. Thank you. Then who funded you? I told your Excellency that we are funded by African Union. Then that what happened is some countries whereby there have been some riots when actually we have reviewed them and there was early warning signs that sometimes you write a report and you present it to a country and to the head of state and you present to the country, but some countries don't internalize what are the causes and they put the report down. For example, if you go to a doctor and he prescribes medicine, and then you don't take the medicine, you buy the medicine and put it there, what happens? This is what happens. So, we prescribe the medicine, we prescribe recommendations, but sometimes they are not followed, and such a catastrophe is happening out of not taking serious recommendations that we advised, and the heads of states have advised, and other stakeholders have advised. Sometimes it happens like that, but we are, of course, we are apologetic, and we feel that people didn't take seriously our advice, and which we don't like, and that's why we keep coming and using different types of media, types of stakeholders, and so that we can see how we can continue implementing the recommendations. That do we handle debts from that can we now go outside and review countries like China, which is corrupt, which is where we are taking debts and it is affecting Africa. Unfortunately, we don't go beyond the borders of Africa. We operate within the borders of Africa. We are tackling African problems. Indeed, we have realized that is one of the issues that we have, external penetration of Africa and external exploitation of Africa. We know that, and we are advising Africans that we should do things ourselves, by ourselves. NEPAD was established because of that, to handle development of Africa by itself. We are following the same suit. we are trying to handle governance of African resources by African government, by African peoples. That should be the premises that we are working in. But sometimes countries go beyond, and they go to borrow, and they get a debt burden, which is actually affecting them. And it is some part it is because of underdevelopment. Some countries can't manage doing things internally, and get borrowing from the fellow Africans. And that's why, by the way, we have now, Africa has now created this inter-Africa trade, this secretariat in Ghana, that we should do trading within Africa, not outside, not externally, but within. That is one of the areas that we have been advising, and thank God it came up that the FTA is now been established to handle trade within Africa, so that we can develop ourselves within, not from outside. Then Algeria, thank you very much for that compliment. I applaud you for that compliment. Thank you very much. Because he was saying that we should really support APRM, and it is very important. Then, should we encourage countries to domesticate protocols and agreements? Indeed, that's what we all aim at. Why should you sign an agreement and then you keep quiet? Because it impacts on your people, on the enjoyment of rights by your people. How do you why don't you ratify it and then domesticate it, so that you can see the fruits of enjoyment of that right? Why? Because countries should be urged to do that, and actually, that's why we come to you as parliamentarians. Please urge your executive to ratify and even implement. Make sure that there is an implementing agency for those agreements that have been signed. Urge them, pass a bill, a private member's bill if you want, honorary members, so that we can do what? We can go forward. That is a very good comment. I like it. Who are the funders? Okay, who are the peers? The peers are us, Honorable President. The peers are, it's me, it's you, it's the President, it's country, and the country peering the other. But within Africa, it actually premises on the principle that African problems should be solved by Africans. African problem by African solutions. That's why it is called peer. It can be a sister peering the other, it can be a president peering the other, but it can be a country peering the other. That's why all the consultants, all the people who review countries are all Africans, because we are reviewing they are reviewing their peer members, be it the presidents, be it the parliaments, be it sharing of information. It is just a brother to brother, a sister to sister. So we are not going outside that, and we don't have to go beyond. And that does Parliament participate in the APRM process? Exactly. If an NGC has no member of Parliament on its board, on NGC board, then we consider that one not representative. Because who knows the views of the local people apart from a parliamentarian? Because a parliamentarian goes down to grassroots to meet his people. So he has got better knowledge more than any other person, like a private sector or like a minister or like a civil servant, technical civil servant. So the parliamentarians, it's mandatory that we have parliamentarians on the NGC. So we usually check that also. Okay. Then another comment was that we have many organisms handling governance. Yeah, true, because we are all reinforcing one another and we work symbiotically. And we go to when we have our report, if we have got something that we have found, and the human rights, and the African Commission on Peoples and Human Rights has not got it, we share with them. We say, please, here is what we got from here. Every time we have a report, we go to present it in the commission in Banjul, so that we compare notes. How have we handled it? Have you found this item, this issue of human rights violation? Then we are also involving now the African Board on anti-corruption. If there are issues of corruption, we share with them and we say, we have found out this, can we address this? So that we handle things together. We don't have to deny them that opportunity. Then on election management, that APRM should advise the Youth Fund PAP. Of course, we are all on the same net. We are all coming from the same father of African Union. That one is an issue to be. We usually discuss it we usually discuss such issues in an annual forum at the end of the year. Like now, we have to meet all organs together, and we see which issues do we handle together, which issues do we face together, and which issues are you getting on very well. And then when we share such information, then we know how we can overcome them. So all organs meet, and we are headed by the AU deputy commissioner deputy chairperson of AU. So she's the one who calls us every year, so that we look at the issues that we face in different organs. So we shall look to that also. Otherwise, I think I have answered or attempted all questions. If there is any, Mr. President, you can. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, nashukuru.
Thank you so much.
Shukran. Yeah, a louder applause. Honorable Atile wanted to intervene during your response. I know if I do that, it will take another 1 hour. This issue, this presentation, I think, requires another bite sometime. From the members, you can tell that there's an appetite to try and interrogate these issues around APRM even deeper. So we can assure you that we'll be inviting you in the course of 2023 again, May and October, to come probably with more specific reports, and so the members can follow up on some issues. On this note, in terms of our orders, I now can release you from the chamber. You can take leave. Thank you very much. The clerk will read, it is the second order. Second order.
Thank you, Honorable President. As per order, we will now consider the resolution on the project of the development of a model law on soil management in Africa, as well as a model law on food security. This is the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall now invite Honorable Asane Marudit Kobau, the rapporteur of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, to present the report. You are welcome. We ask if you can, if you can ask the model, start with the model law on food security. If you can start, if you can start with the model law on food security. Can you go to him?
D'accord. Est-ce que c'est possible de commencer? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Presidents, Honorable MPs, I have the honor of presenting the Model Law on Food and Nutrition Security in Africa on behalf of the Chairperson for the Committee on Agriculture, Natural Resources, Rural Economy and Environment. Firstly, let me begin with the context. Despite remarkable progress achieved in certain African countries, the general food security situation and the situation with regards to nutrition remains far behind world trends. And we estimate that 1 out of 4 people in sub-Saharan Africa and 1 out of 5 are undernourished and underfed. And in terms of policies being developed in Africa, these policies need to be developed to ensure good food and nutrition for African populations. And all African countries have reiterated their commitment to ensuring food security and good nutrition for the African continent. And this reiteration was done during the last session of the Pan-African Parliament in May. And in terms of the Food and Agriculture Organization, a meeting was organized with regards to food security in Africa. Certain members of the PAP, including members of the Permanent Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture and Natural Resources, were invited and participated. In October 2016, during the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the Alliance of African Parliamentarians for Food Security and Agriculture was born. And after the creation of this body, we signed a protocol of a protocol with the FAO. And in this agreement, we agreed to put food security and nutrition at the top of our agendas for the development of Africa. We decided to use the body as a regional platform for African leaders to be able to discuss issues of food security and nutrition. In October 2007, PAP and the FAO signed an agreement in terms of capacity building for MPs on the issue of food security and on the right to sufficient food and nutrition. The idea was to develop capacities so that these parliamentarians would be able to work towards the improvement of food security in their various countries, the strengthening of the agricultural sector and other sectors involved in the provision of food and nutrition in the various different countries. We must remember that food security is a human right, and on the basis of this right, various countries have created legal frameworks to ensure that this right is respected. There have been various projects that were launched, cooperation projects, amongst African countries to ensure food and nutrition security, as well as supporting the rural economy. There was a decision made to strengthen frameworks to ensure that the agricultural sector would be reinforced. There was training carried out in terms of some of the legal issues around food security. That was in March 2019, and this was where the idea of a model law was first spoken about. And following this, at a meeting in Kigali, in October 2018, we approved the concept of a model law on the matter, and the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment was tasked with developing this model law for the Pan-African Parliament. Now, in terms of developing this model law, the Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economy, Natural Resources and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament met and worked with the FAO on the model law on food security and nutrition. And we first conducted a study, and this study examined the legislation and legal frameworks of various different countries to be able to come up with a model law for Africa, one that would respect the various different legal and legislative frameworks that exist already. We also looked into the institutional bodies that might be able to support food security and nutrition. In May 2019, the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament approved the document that had been drafted in collaboration with the FAO. And in August 2019, the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture went through the proposed model law on food and nutrition security in Africa, and we collected and noted all the different comments and inputs made by the committee and its experts. This was done in October, and corrections and adjustments were made in order to allow us to present to the Pan-African Parliament. And the Committee for Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and the Environment is very proud to be able to present it to you today. We held numerous consultations and we came up with certain resolutions. One of the consultations involved members of the committee, representatives of the Pan-African Parliament, representatives of civil society, and these members of civil society were from East Africa, Southern Africa. We had representatives also from the African Union. The meeting was held in Kampala in Uganda. And the comments and input from the various people consulted were also integrated into the model law. In November 2020, we held further consultations with ministers in charge of agriculture, minister representatives from countries of Northern Africa and Western Africa, and representatives from the African Union. So we also tried to ensure that other parties were included. So on the 5th and 6th of November 2021, we hosted a meeting of experts of the African Union, as well as experts in terms of international law, representatives from the FAO and the African Union Commission for Human Rights. Their comments and inputs were also integrated into the model law. And so after all the contributions that we have received and all the consultations that were organized, we feel that we have developed a model law that takes into account the various concerns and needs across the continent with regards to nutrition security and food security in Africa. And we also ensured that gender equality was integrated into the model law, as well as the involvement of women, particularly in the rural economy and the agriculture sector. We have also considered measures to avoid wastage, food wastage, in terms of the production and sale. We have included aspects on genetically modified organisms and the model law also takes into consideration the various aspects of international trade agreements in place, and we have taken a lot of time and trouble to include the protection of the environment and climate change in the model law. We need to ensure coordination between all the various authorities, governments, and those responsible for the sectors of agriculture, natural resources, and the environment. The model law includes this, and we have included cross-border trade, as we know that this is a very important issue in Africa, and we want to ensure that Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union is taken into consideration in terms of the economic development. Articles 4, D, and E of the PAP allow this Parliament to facilitate the drafting and development of model laws and policies for the development of Africa, and also to ensure the harmonization and coordination of policies and legislation, as well as laws and legal frameworks across the continent. And so it is in this spirit of harmonization and collaboration that the Pan-African Parliament, as a representative of the African people, has developed this model law on food and nutrition security in Africa through the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment. It is a model law for the African people to ensure that our populations have sufficient food and nutrition security, and it is meant to guide the policies and legislation and legal frameworks across the continent. And in terms of the international commitments of the African continent, we believe that this model law will bring African countries in line with international agreements and movements in terms of food security and nutrition, and most of all to protect the right of our people to good access to good food and nutrition. We need to ensure sustainable development of agriculture and food resources. We also need to ensure responsible investment in the agriculture and food sectors, and we need to also respect the Declaration of Human Rights with regards to the right to food and nutrition. We have also based ourselves on the African Charter of Human Rights and People's Rights, as well as the policies of the African Union. And the detailed plan for the development of Africa, and in particular the development of the agricultural sector for the well-being and prosperity of all of our people and our countries. The model law also takes into consideration and includes the diversity of legal frameworks and traditions across the African continent. For the most part, the legal systems in Africa were inherited from colonial powers. The British legal system, French system, etc. Nevertheless, we have taken these differences into consideration in the model law, and all countries, regardless of their legal system, should be able to apply it. And the model law is inspired by approximately 175 different laws from all across the continent. The definition of the main technical themes was also inspired by these laws, and the model law encourages all states and countries to take their responsibility with regards to the rights of their people to good food and nutrition, their responsibilities in terms of agricultural production, food production, and making sure that the food that is provided is nutritious and healthy. And in terms of food security needs to be governed by the necessary legislation. We need to adapt to the different contexts in our different regions and different countries. We feel that the model law takes this into consideration. This model law also has several advantages. We believe that one of the advantages is to first of all, guarantee food security and nutrition security. We feel that an advantage is that it covers the vast gamut of food and security issues across the continent. We have taken an approach that is based on human rights, and this includes the rights and responsibilities of governance to coordinate all sectors to ensure food and nutrition security. It takes into consideration securing the state bodies involved in the sector as well as non-governmental actors. We are submitting this model law for your consideration. We believe that this is the beginning of the Pan-African Parliament fulfilling its mandate, and we are very proud to present this model, which we believe will serve as a model for our various countries and ensure food and nutrition security in Africa. It has its conceptual roots in 2060, the Agenda 2063, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We have also been inspired by the African Union policies and charters whereby all African people should have access to good quality food and nutrition, and its ambition to develop the agriculture sector and the food sector to improve food security and nutrition across the continent. We were also wishing to coordinate all the agencies, policies and frameworks that exist in this sector. The aim is to achieve a level of resilience across the continent, to improve health, social protection, and economic development. The adoption of the model law on food and nutrition security in Africa will be an opportunity for Africa, and it will be a wonderful way to end our year with a very positive step by the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union. So on behalf of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, I would like to thank you, colleagues. I would also like to thank our partners at the FAO, the PAP Secretariat for all the technical support, and we would like to invite this August House to adopt our model law on food and nutrition security in Africa. This is now submitted for your consideration, and we would like you to consider its intrinsic value for the countries of Africa and for the people of Africa. Once again, on behalf of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and the Environment, I thank you, and I ask for your consideration and approval of the model law. Thank you.
Donc, très chers collègues,
Thank you, dear colleague, Honorable Hassan Marou. Thank you for this presentation. I think that all our colleagues have followed the presentation and have consulted the documents before us on the model law on food and nutrition security in Africa. I would like to ask the various speakers to now comment on the model law. I am sure that we are going to have reactions from our esteemed members of Parliament, and I hereby open the debate on the model law. I have a list of names before me, people who have requested to participate in the debate. We have 6 names, I believe, and we're going to begin with Honorable Jean-Marie from Burundi. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. I have a concern. We are talking about model law on food security, and I totally support the advancement of this model law. I hope it will be adopted. However, when we talk about food security, we need to consider that we have problems here in Africa, and I only really realized this after the Ukraine-Russia conflict. We have such fertile soil here in Africa. We have so many resources, and we are nevertheless struggling to provide food security in our countries, and we have issues with regards to supplying food, producing food. How do we ensure that our land remains fertile? And I heard one of our MPs talking about producing wheat, and why should we produce wheat when we are already importing so much wheat? I think that we all need to ask ourselves the question about what is it that we are doing exactly to ensure food security and food production. We need to appeal to our governments to ensure that we are producing enough food. We need to make sure that we are producing wheat and other cultures so that we ourselves can provide food to our populations instead of having to import. And I am an engineer in the field of the agriculture and the food industry, and I am shocked that we are not able to produce enough food for our populations. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I would now like to give the floor to Leopold Joseph Gussen from Mauritius. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice President of PAP. And I have to thank the presenter for his presentation. And I have to just participate in such an important topic which affect our continent. And we've been talking about food security increasingly now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict in Ukraine. And I think with this law, we will be able to be self-sufficient in food production if we give right and the good provisions in the law for food production. And with the recent experience, maybe bad experience, due to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, I just want to participate so as to make sure that this law give provision to prevent any food chain production, any disruption. It has to be, that's what I want to participate here, is to call upon this committee to make sure that in this law we make sufficient provision to make sure that even if we encounter with another pandemic, that food chain production are not disrupted on the continent so as to feed our people. And in that regard, when we are self-sufficient, we have enough soil here on this continent. So we need to be able to be self-sufficient in our own food production, so as when we have conflicts like COVID-19 pandemic, conflict like war in Ukraine and pandemic, so we don't have any food pandemic which will add problems, more problems to our continent. And by doing this, by catering and making good provision in this law to prevent that, that will prevent poverty, that will prevent enhance food production for the whole continent. That is my contribution to this debate, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, très cher.
Thank you very much, dearest colleague. We're going to give the floor to Honorable Amadou from Malawi.
Thank you. Is it Malawi? Thank you.
Oui, c'est le Malawi.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Malawi.
I have just a very short intervention. Madam, Mr. President, you cannot talk about food security and nutrition without talking about land reform and land-related laws and matters. Mr. President, a case in point is what happened in Zimbabwe. The land reform in Zimbabwe was a challenge for socialism, communism, and capitalism. If you look at the land reform and the security of tenure, the security of tenure is what Zimbabwe was trying to reform from a capitalist approach to a socialist or communist approach. Generally, communism, which is communal to land or freehold, attracts a very high state intervention in terms of investment. While leasehold, generally with security of 99 years or so, requires banks and other sources of, like stock markets to invest in those parcels of land. Any interruption in this system reflects on the production systems of that country. Zimbabwe was a food and bread basket of the SADC region.
it collapsed because of the land reforms. This is now a time,
Point
a very
of order.
timely intervention on moral.
Point of order, Honorable Vice President.
Maybe I should finish because this
No.
is a legal matter and the economics matter, which maybe some people may not very much understand.
Point of order, may you indulge me, Honorable Vice President? I'm here at this corner, Honorable Vice President. Here. Okay, thank you very much.
Oui.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. I think Honorable Chiana has to retract what he has just said, that it made Zimbabwe collapse. Honorable Vice President, if ever there is anything Zimbabwe is proud of, more than any other country here in Africa, is the land reform. And for him to state that he does not reside in Zimbabwe, and for him to make such a statement, is totally unacceptable for any Zimbabwean, and actually it's an attack for the land reform that we have had as a country. And I kindly ask that he retract that statement, because it is not a true reflection of what is happening in Zimbabwe. For us, we are celebrating what Zimbabwe has done, we are celebrating the land reform, and for us it's a positive move towards any African country. And I believe that even every African country would want to also emulate that. So for him to make that assessment, it's a personal opinion. We should not be taken by this august house as if it's a true reflection of what is happening. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President.
Thank you, the Vice President. I think take it in the context. Maybe I should take it to what happened in Zimbabwe. It was the collapse of organizational systems and management systems which led to limited production of food, which was a food basket in the region. I am quite aware of what she is talking about. Indeed, in terms of land ownership and whatever.
Très cher collègue.
My dear colleague, I think that you did follow with great attention what was said by our friend from Zimbabwe. So if your words are going in the sense where you are going to dirty Zimbabwe, you need to retract. This is so there is better understanding of the model law and the content of the model law. If that is what you're wishing to address, the model law and the content of the model law, very well. But in terms of what our honorable friend from Zimbabwe said, if your words is going against the interests of Zimbabwe, it would be desirable for you to retract your words and to continue from another perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. In all earnest, and whatever this law is going to address, it will not be vibrant and relevant without addressing land-related laws, equity, securitization of financial market, which are related to the very, very important investment that is required in the food production. And that's why I referred to both capitalism, socialism, and communalism. The Lenin orthodox is what is called communalism. It requires state intervention in investment on land and infrastructure for food production. The capitalism is what I related to as securitization. It takes land to go onto the stock market, and the investment will come from the stock markets and the banks. This relationship, if it disrupted, it affects the systems of production. And there is no way production will take place without financial mobilization. And mobilization of this kind, be it the Lenin orthodox, the capitalism, will require such kind of administration in terms of land, vis-a-vis freehold and leasehold land. First Vice President, food and nutrition are very, very at the heart of African continent at the moment. We have the Arab land, we have the rivers. What is lacking is organization and systems management to mobilize the right resources to invest on land and land-related inputs like chemicals, fertilizers, and mechanized farming. We cannot live in this age without having the right resources. The right resources will come with the right-related land laws. I submit the Vice President. Land-related laws are what are popularly known as land reforms. Africa must not adopt wrong laws which will not give us resources. We cannot remain a beggar. Thank you. I submit.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I think that your concern has been taken on board by the rapporteur concerning this model law. We'd like to give the floor to our colleague from South Sudan.
Yes, my brother. I thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Mine will concentrate on only like 2 points we term as challenges in the sector. One of them, and which is the key, is the transport. For you, okay, you produce in that particular point, but where is the market for that production? Without transport, you will now invite the West for the production, the wastage, as it came from. In South Sudan, we have over 5.5 million head of livestock. 5.5 over livestock. We have 4,500 metric ton of fish over. We had a pledge from DR Congo, our next door, that they are ready to have 4,000 metric ton of meat each and every day in Kinshasa. We cannot transport. Up to now, we cannot transport that amount of meat because of the poor infrastructure. The other issue is funding. Up to now, I don't see whether in the regions of Africa or in Africa, an agricultural bank of Africa. What is difficult of doing that? You need a bank which deal is specifically for this one, for agriculture. Because with funding, let me go back to funding, you need to mechanize the sector. And to do that, you need funding. And funding comes through that particular bank. And it is not difficult, my people. The other challenge is insecurity itself in our member state. Because how come you farm now when the gun are in the any individual have his own machine gun? I thank you.
Merci, très cher collègue.
Thank you very much, my very dear colleague. We are now going to give the floor to Honorable Shwai Guture from Gambia.
President, let me just adopt what my honorable friend from South Sudan have said before I forget. I think he's made a very good contribution. I thank the presenter or the mover of the resolution, Mr. Honorable Hassan Maru, for a very good presentation. Honorable President, we need model laws almost on everything to move away from bad practices to good practices, whether they are old or new practices. We need model laws on them. But I want to emphasize that there are three things that our continent must achieve before we can actually say that we have achieved food security. And not only to produce, that is, we must produce, but we must also engage in processing. If you produce and you don't process, you lose a lot of what you produce. And when we process, we must also look for marketing, like my honorable member from South Sudan is saying. So it's production, processing, and marketing must be achieved. Many countries, like the Gambia, are still producing and we're just producing cash crop and then sending the cash crop to, Europeans and Chinese will come and buy the cash crop, the crop, and then go and process it, bring it back to Africa, on their own prices. And then, we produce it, but we buy it at very exorbitant prices. That does not help the continent to achieve food security. Honorable President, we are challenged by the fact that we are dealing with peasant farmers or individual responsibility farmers. These are individual farmers that have small plots of land, traditional farming, and they do not have the capacity to invest in the productive base or in agriculture to produce a lot of food to address the food security that we want to address. So I believe that the model law, as explained by Mr. Maru, Honorable Maru, will address some of those problems. What strategy do we employ to address some of those things? Honorable Speaker, also I want to talk about the fertilizer that we are using. Many of our farmers are now attracted to chemical fertilizer. When Africa was using organic fertilizer, organic manure for a long time. But now we are almost addicted to chemical fertilizer, which is also destroying our soil. That must be addressed because, fertilizer coming from Ukraine, coming from Russia, yes, it appears, nice, but in actual fact, it is destroying the soil. And therefore, what model law can do for us to ensure that we come up with new ideas, new strategies to ensure that we come back to organic manure to be able to continue with our production. We are also graduating to the utilization of mechanized farming, where we are using tractors and other machines, which plow deep into our soil, which is now continually becoming more and more losing fertility. Is there any advice that can be provided to the farmers through this model law to devise ways and means to be able to address that? Yes, we can use machines, but how do we actually use machines to ensure that, yes, we make production, but also conserve the fertility of our soil will be important in the model law. The other issue, or final issue I want to raise, is the introduction of GMO, which has been mentioned by Honorable Maru in his report, genetically modified organisms. Genetically modified organisms, there is a trend which is coming. I give you an example of watermelon. When I was young, our farmers were using watermelon to produce watermelon, and then you conserve the seeds for the next year, you produce watermelon. But this time, you have to go to the shop to be able to buy the seeds for watermelon. And then we are not only dependent on the importer importing the seeds, but we are also losing our traditional seeds to modified foods. And we must be very careful about that because the trend is to change our maize to modified maize, our sorghum to modified sorghum, etc., etc. All the traditional crops we have, they have a strategy, a trend to change that. And once we lose that, we'll be completely dependent on outside for the seeds that Africa should use for its production. And wherever you depend entirely on another person, then you are left to the whims and caprices of that person. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that we must ensure through this model law to come up with strategies to ensure that we conserve our seeds and our African seeds, and then we ensure that we produce the way we want to produce. On that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. We're going to give the floor to our colleague Assini from Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my contribution that I wanted to speak on is on the the model law for the sustainable soil management, and if that is not yet presented, or if it is presented, then I will continue.
Très cher collègue, votre
My dear colleague, your concern has a foundation and is legitimate. It is true that right now I'm a little bit divided. I'm divided, and please, I do ask your patience, your indulgence. I say divided because my one colleague was supposed to make two presentations, and I'm sure that you are ready to take the floor and respond to those two presentations. But if I listen to the debates halfway, it looks like we've lost the way a little bit, and that's why I asked him, I gave him the possibility to present only one report on a model law. But he had two reports. That's why I said I was a little bit divided. Together, we need to now see what should be done. I think that right now, I think we are going to rather ask our respective colleagues to finish the second presentation, and I think it will then be more practical for us to respond to both presentations and to both reports, because the colleagues are divided whether they should be responding to the model law or to the other presentation. So very respectfully, I'd like to ask our colleague to finish his second presentation, and then we will generally just be able to respond, and it will be much more practical to respond to both presentations. Thank you.
Donc, merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, nous allons...
Very much, Mr. Chair. I think we're going to now listen to the presentation on the model law, the model legislation for sustainable soil management in Africa. So first of all, I'm just going to summarize to summarize also the report, and also secondly, I will read what the draft decision has been.
Monsieur le Président, honorable.
Mr. Chair, honorable members, the preliminary report which I have the honor to present to you is relative to the definition of the options for a model legislation for sustainable soil management in Africa. Allow me first to recognize that the soil management and that sustainable soil management is at the heart of a challenge for the development in Africa. And land represents one of the most important resources of the African continent, and it constitutes the essential element of which depend the means of existence for poorer populations. The land preservation and thus the protection needs to be seen as an imperative and needs to be seen also as an alternative to deal with the land degradation and also climate change on the continent. The convergence of these two allows us to implement a way that would be able to protect security, that is food security, and be able to protect and preserve our dear Africa. What we want to do is support the African continents to draft, in fact, their own legislation which would be appropriate for their own countries. This, of course, that experts, of course, high-level experts, had already reflected on this question, and much information has actually been shared with countries in the report which you now have in your hands. So thus, the report is going to give you more details on the chronology of the method that we used to be able to come to these results. That is general information, first of all, and which support the project, the conception and the implementation of the project itself, and also the major results of the first phase of the project, and also the main preliminary recommendations which followed, and also the next steps which will take into context the pilot countries that were used. Without going into too many details, the major results of the first phase of the project can be summarized as follows. We've got the key factors, that is the main soil drivers in Africa, are unsustainable agriculture, mining, small scale and by foreign investors, poverty, land right insecurity, foreign investments, and poor law enforcement. Soil is different to land. Soil is mobile, whereas land is immovable. Soil is a natural resource which provides a lot of ecological services which are essential for sustainable development. Thus, sustainable soil management offers a multitude of essential benefits, such as an opportunity for poverty eradication, combating climate change, and reducing displacement and migration. In terms of what has preceded, the main initial recommendations have been formulated as such. Soil has to be recognized by an overarching law as a natural resource which provides a lot of essential ecological service to society. The interface of soil management and climate change as emphasized by recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports, needs to be expressed and protected by this overarching law to highlight the nexus of land, soil, climate change, poverty, and further aspects such as displacement, migration, and social justice. Land degradation neutrality could be established of the overarching objective of soil protection legislation. Planning instruments would be required. Legislation on land rights and access should be streamlined and harmonized, preferably in one single act in a way that customary land tenure is recognized, or that procedures for access to land are comprehensible and accessible to all social groups, and more appropriate and robust measures are to be adopted to fight corruption and enhance institutional capacity in land administration matters. The main steps is that we needed to define a model legislation for sustainable soil management in Africa, which needs to be adopted by the Pan-African Parliament and also recommended to the national parliaments of those who are member states of the African Union. The Standing Committee of the Rural Economy would like to present this report to this August chamber in order to request its reading towards the drafting of a model law for sustainable soil management in Africa. And also to have a look at the definition of the options towards this law. Mr. President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, this is in a very summarized way what we can say about this model law, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this model law for sustainable soil management in Africa. The Pan-African Parliament, considering Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union towards the creation of the Pan-African Parliament to ensure the full participation of the people of Africa in the development and integration of the continent. Considering also Article 3 of the Protocol instituting the Economic Community relative to the Pan-African Parliament and Article 4 of the protocol, which facilitates the cooperation of the economic community relating to and which empower the PAP to facilitate the implementation of policies, objectives and programs of the African Union, considering further Article 11.3 of the protocol and Article 4.1 of the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, which appeals to PAPA to go towards the harmonization and consideration of the texts, taking into consideration the results of the Constitutive Act and consultative of the drafting of a model law of sustainable soil management in Africa, which this workshop was held, in fact, on Saturday, and considering the importance of the drafting of this model legislation to accelerate also the implementation and also the strengthening of the relevant laws in African countries. If we take note equally of the recommendations which were made by the participants in the workshop, and for which the Committee of Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resource and Environment was involved and worked on the model law of soil management in Africa. If we take note that studies which have been done by the University of Stellenbosch towards the analysis of 3 different countries in Africa, it was Kenya, Zambia, and Cameroon, which were used as pilot countries in order to determine to what measure the management of sustainable soil management in Africa is already considered. This all towards eliminating most obstacles which most countries in Africa are confronted, particularly in the subject of sustainable soil management. Recognizing that the protection and the sustainable soil management are conditions which are fundamental to the development of sustainable development in Africa, and recognizing also that without enough arable soils, there is absolutely no food security nor any possibility of being able to deal with climate change, because land degradation can only lead to famine and migration and also to armed conflict. If we recognize also that the pressure which is exercised on African soil is already enormous and does not cease to increase due to many factors like poverty, overexploitation, demographic growth, climate change, overpopulation, all kinds of overutilization, for example, of agrochemical products. All this actually contributes to the degradation of the soil. Convinced that the adoption of the model law on the management of on the sustainable management of soil in Africa will contribute significantly to the improvement of soil in Africa, and will also contribute to the attainment of most objectives, and particularly the objective of land degradation neutrality. In virtue of the of Article 5 of the provisions of Article 5, the basic documents of the Pan-African Parliament, which gave rise to debates, which led to opinions towards recommendations and to the formulation of resolutions towards this particular subject, to also the economic communities in Africa and to all the member states, and to their organs and institutions. Today, approved the proposition of creating a model law mandating the permanent committee to continue, or the standing committee, sorry, to continue towards working on how to reach the objectives taking into account diversity, tradition, legal traditions also in all the countries of the African continent, and to be able to also present this model legislation to the Pan-African Parliament. So this is the reason why this work was effected. We congratulate this support, the financial support that the German Development Agency has given us, and also all the work that was done by the University of Stellenbosch, as well as the collaboration that we had between the Alliance of the Pan-African Parliament and the objectives.
The Permanent Committee on Agriculture, Rural Economy and the African and AID-NIPAD and the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment of the Commission of the African Union for the drafting of this draft model law on the management of soil in Africa. I thank you.
C'est nous qui vous remercions.
We would like to thank you, dear colleague. Now we would like to, we have just listened to the second presentation by our colleague, and we're going to pursue or to move to the debate, taking into consideration the two presentations. Presentation on first the model law on food security, and the one which has just been presented, that is on soil management. This is why I would like to give the floor once again to our colleague Ashini from Ethiopia, who could pronounce himself now. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency President. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the wonderful presentation that was made on sustainable soil management model law in Africa. If we talk about soil, we have to talk about land, because without a proper management of land, then it will not be possible to have a proper management of soil. So if we are going to develop the sustainable soil management in Africa, I see that the recommendations that are given there are addressing the issue of the land legislatives and the project worked on certain countries. And I think we have to address also the issue of the land laws, the land management in Africa. And if we are looking at it previously, even we learned that in other countries, especially which were passed through the colonial experiences, on Africa, the laws, the colonial laws were imposed on Africans, which make Africans not to have access to land. And this one is one of the problems that I see. And if you come to Ethiopia, you see that Ethiopia has been there. It was not colonized, and they have its own laws. And I think the research would have also touched Ethiopia to complement the laws from the countries which experienced the colonial system of the laws of land and the laws which were in a country which was not passing through this experience. To have, because this model law will also address Ethiopia, and I think it should also bring out the experience that we have in Ethiopia. And this one is a very important thing that is missing in in the model of the countries that will seen. Another issue I think we must address is the issue of the natural resource. How we Africans manage and govern our natural resources by ourselves. For us to invest on oil, to invest on minerals, we have to go to the New York to negotiate on our own African resources. If we want to use our water, we have to go to Brazil to negotiate for our African own resources. So I think we need to have the a strong legislation in Africa which allows we Africans to use our natural resources. How long will we Africans go to Europe to negotiate for our water, for our minerals, for our forests, for our wild animals to be used in Africa? This should be stopped, and I think this Parliament has the right to create a strong laws which allow Africans to use their own natural resources. When will Africa impose sanctions even on other European countries when they abuse the rights of even Africans? We see that in many of the countries, the lands are exploited in a way, the resources are exploited, and they even is sponsoring the insurgencies to destabilize Africa. So when are we going to impose also the sanction on any country which destabilize Africa? So we need to have a strong legislative which govern our natural resources, especially the valued natural resources which are lootable, like the water, the oil, the soil that we have in Africa. And I think this is the highest point for this Parliament as whole Africa, because we are now talking about Agenda 2063. If we talk about this agenda, we need to use our natural resources. Unless we use our natural resources, we will not achieve this big agenda for Africans. So if we don't have also a strong legislatives to use our natural resources, it will be impossible for us to use it, because someone will come and intervene and say, you don't use your own water, you don't use your own gold, you don't use your own diamond, and this will be impossible for us. So we have to act together and stand together to have a strong legislation for the use of the resources of Africa. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
I thank you and give the floor now to our colleague, Mr. John from Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President, for giving me this opportunity to talk on the model law on food and nutrition security in Africa. And I'll begin thanking by the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture for coming up with this law. And I wish to congratulate them, because food, as you know, makes us live on a daily basis, and therefore focusing on it is very crucial. I want to make comment on 3 issues under this model law. The first one is on food waste and food losses. Honorable Vice President, many reports that we received today indicate that the post-harvest losses in most of our food products range between 10% and 30%, depending on which food type. And when you look at this, what it means is that for every 100 kilograms of produce, you actually lose 30 kilograms. Or you lose 10 kilograms depending on which type of food. So when you talk about food insecurity, really, it's an issue that can be handled if we are able to deal with the management of the losses that we have while the crop is in the field and before it reaches our table. So this is something that as this committee discusses further on this law, or or wishes to improve on it, this is an issue that should be taken into consideration. The other issue I would like to talk about is on the issue of food reserves. Traditionally, our African society were kept food within their homesteads. And obviously, with the recent developments, some of it is being kept in the national strategic reserves. But when I look at this law, it mainly talks about the national strategic reserves, but ignores the food reserves at domestic level, at the household level, which I think, to me, provides a more reliable food security for the family. And therefore, I would really wish that that is also taken into consideration, because that is the basis for ensuring that every home, every family has food at any one time. The last one that I would like to talk about is the food distribution. This was talked about by the Honorable MP from South Sudan, where he was talking about certain areas having a lot of food, but other areas have no food. And this is an issue of distribution. And it does not only happen between the country and the country, but even within the country, even within the countries, you find that one region has a bumper harvest and another region of that country has no food. And yet, this is an issue that can be dealt with in terms of sharing information, so that those who are involved in food trade can be able to know where food is available and where it is not available. Or the government itself can also take that as a challenge, so that if it is an issue to do with infrastructure challenge or moving food from one region to the other, then the necessary infrastructure is also put in place. So I would wish to end my comments, but also thanking the committee on looking at some of these issues. And I hope that Africa can learn from the experiences we have today, because it shows that we over-rely on food production from other regions, especially with this war of Russia and Ukraine. Literally every country in Africa today has very high inflation that has been brought about by food insecurity within our countries. If you go through the Google, you'll find that literally every country now is affected by inflation. No country in Africa is safe now. And therefore, we need to take seriously the issue of food security. And whoever said that Africa has no land, Africa has, I think, the largest chunk of land than any other continent in this world. What we need to do is only to improve on our means of production, improve on the inputs that we use, and we shall have enough food for everyone in Africa. If at all we deal with the issues of distribution, we deal with the issues of food losses, and we deal with the issues of food reserves where families are encouraged to store their own food. I submit. Thank you so much.
I thank you for this contribution. We'd like to give the floor now to Jeanette Kabila from the DRC.
Pardon?
But how do you know that you ended in early?
Non, je n'ai pas la...
No, there is no translation. Can you use your microphone, please? Please use your microphone.
Documents to speak long ago. Why are you not allowing me to speak? Other people that were just handing over the papers later than I did are speaking before me. It's not fair, I think so.
But how do you know you ended in first?
Je tiens à vous rassurer.
I would like to reassure you. You are probably right. I received the documents, and everybody will have the opportunity of taking the floor. So could you please be patient? You will take the floor. Thank you.
Submitting documents later. Surely natural justice principles demand that those that come first get first service. It's the principle of natural justice.
S'il vous plaît.
I think that these discussions, that this debate should not take place. This debate, it is true, you are right. But I'm receiving all the interventions, and I'm trying to plan them. So, and you cannot know who has submitted before you or after you if you have noted it. I think it is me who is giving the floor to the various speakers, and I can assure you that
First come, first serve, Mr. President. Don't abuse the chair. Oh, no, my foot.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. President.
The chairperson is out of order.
No, you are out of order yourself.
Samba, sit down. You are out of order. Don't come.
No, the speaker is not giving you chance to speak.
Samba, sit.
No, you are screaming honorable.
No, you are a fool. Don't come and lecture me here. You sit down.
No, I will not.
Who are you to come and lecture me? Samba, who are you to lecture me? I'm raising an issue with the chair. Who are you to try to tell me that you have supreme logic? Who are you?
Because I elected that speaker. I'm speaking to the speaker.
Samba, sit down and keep quiet. Nonsense.
Chers collègues, s'il vous plaît.
Keep quiet. Into the chair. Nonsense.
Très chers collègues.
Colleague. Dear colleague, could you please be seated? Could you please take your seat, dear colleague? Dear colleague, could you please remind me of your name? Could you please remind me of your name, dear colleague? Dear colleague, could you please remind me of your name?
Il intervient tout juste après.
He will take the floor just after Honorable Kabila. If you decide to leave the chamber, there is no problem then. Honorable Janet Kabila, you have the floor.
Oui?
Point of order.
Yes, please proceed. Please proceed.
Let's make a ruling. I think the behavior of our colleague is beyond parliamentarian. He cannot call some of us idiots. I'm an elected member of parliament from Malawi, and I'm not an idiot. So there must be a ruling from your chair, Mr. President, as to what happens next. A colleague from Zambia has been called name. Honorable
my friend
has been called name. So
Mukaya,
you must know there must be a ruling.
You sit down. The
there must be a ruling.
Is there to give ruling.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking the chair to please give a ruling.
You sit down. You cannot dictate.
Because
c'est avec ça. Okay.
You quarreling.
I've never been an idiot in my whole life.
S'il vous plaît.
Please make a ruling.
I spoke about my right to speak.
Well, who do you think you are? Just get out.
Who do you think you are? Shut up.
Just
who do you
get
think
out.
you are?
Just
shut up.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you represent?
Très chers collègues.
Who do you represent?
Who do you think you are?
Je crois qu'il va.
Get out.
Just shut up.
Order.
Il n'a qu'à sortir de la salle.
You can leave, Honorable. You can leave the chamber.
Salle, qu'il évacue la salle.
He's drunk.
May he leave the chamber, please.
You. He's the leader of the party, this man. But he's so rude.
Nous allons poursuivre les...
So we're going to continue our discussions. We're going to continue our discussion, and I'm just requesting you to let our colleague leave the chamber. Right.
Namibia. Somebody must raise it and say that further steps need to be taken. Somebody must read it from other region. Yeah, please, because it's gonna carry on. But somebody must.
Très chers collègues, nous allons.
Dear colleague, we're going to continue our proceedings. It is useful to recall that we are here in a parliament. It means that we are parliamentarians, those who know the law and enact it. And I think that in a chamber, in a respectable chamber like this one, it is the duty of each and every parliamentarian to respect the established hierarchy. It is useful to recall that in any parliament, the speaker or the presiding officer steers the debates and gives the floor based on the recordings or the registration that he gets. If you are refused the floor, you can request it and request also ask why it has not been given to you. This is why we cannot accept the behavior of our colleague who violates the provisions of Article 51 of Rule 51. I think that the disciplinary provisions will be taken, and it is for me to organize these proceedings. We are going to continue with the intervention by Honorable Janet Kabila. You have the floor, Madam.
Honorable President, merci de la...
Honorable President, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm really sorry for this incident which has taken place, and I asked for the floor well before, and I do not know why a colleague is angry. And I'm sorry once again, Honorable President. I would like first of all to thank Honorable Rapporteur of the Committee on Rural Economy, Environment, Agriculture and Natural Resources for his presentation. The two presentations, we do support this model law on food security and also the draft model law on the sustainable soil management. I have a concern, Honorable Chairperson, and some of my concerns have already been catered for or have been expressed by the previous honorable speakers. Honorable President, I listened to the honorable rapporteur and he explained to us how they have started the elaboration of the model law on food security, and what I have noted is that they have taken into consideration some elements based on 35 countries, and that there were a lot of divergences. This is why, under the control of our chairperson on rules, I think that there is a need for consistency and the harmonization of model laws in our Pan-African Parliament. And this should be reflected in the rules of procedure. What I have noted that when we amended our rules of procedure, there are no rules or headings for the drafting and how model laws are drafted, on how model laws are drafted. So I would suggest to you, if we could incorporate that in our rules of procedure in order to harmonize the procedure which we should abide by in our permanent committees. Thank you, dear colleague. We give the floor now to our colleague Mai Samba from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be very brief. I'll contribute to the topic on the soil management in Africa and model law, and on food security. Mr. President, allow me to first note my thoughts on the topic that came up on Zimbabwe, that the land issue there is what is causing food shortages. I have a different perspective. I think the problems in a country like Zimbabwe, we know it's because of sanctions, and that's what is causing to the shortage of food in Zimbabwe. There's been sanctions for the last 10 years, and above all, they have the rains, they have everything. But because of sanctions, we end up with that situation. Otherwise, if the problem was due to land distribution, we would have had a similar problem in South Africa as well. There was land distribution, and there's a topic of land, but they have enough food security. That said, Mr. Speaker, allow me to note that the problem in Africa really with the soils, we have countries that have fertile soils, and we have countries that have good rainfall. I was just being told by colleagues from Uganda that actually there, they have 2 rain seasons. And then we have countries where there's drought. The whole year they would not have a rain season. With that, you have countries that produce a lot of food. Zambia, for instance, each year we have tons and tons of maize, more than that we need. If you go to other countries, Uganda, Kenya, you find even there they produce millet, sorghum, matoki, plenty of it. Matoki is we eat it in the canteen. Matoki is bananas that are cut raw and then fried and boiled. It's a staple food in East Africa in some areas. In some countries you have plenty. In Malawi you have plenty of fish, and elsewhere. So the question, Mr. President, is why then some people are still going hungry in Africa? In some countries there's still poverty. It's because, as I'm winding up, the solution and the cause of the problem and the solution is that as African countries we are not united. Those who have, they hold on to what they have. In my vernacular we call it ubutani. You have so much of what you have produced, instead of sharing with your neighbor, not giving them free, selling to them, you would rather just hold on to what you have. And then those who don't have, they might have something else as well, they just hold on to it. In economic terms, that is called barriers of trade. There's so much barriers of trade amongst our countries. Even when you have plenty, to just take to the next country, it's a process of 3 months. There's so much red tape, the paperwork. And in the end, all of us in Africa don't win. We all end up poor. Because those who had plenty, some of it goes to waste until the next season. As Africa, we need to learn to hold hands. Our forefathers that brought up the terms, Harambe, Ujamaa. Harambe from Kenya, meaning you hold hands, I think, and Ujamaa in Tanzania, you hold hands. They are the vision when they brought it up. Nyerere, Kaunda, Jomo Kenyatta, and all those. That was the language. We have this Pan-Africa, but they started the idea then. They realized you have to hold hands. So this parliament is just one element of how the African Union is holding hands. The AU is holding hands, but I think we are holding hands politically. In politics, we've held hands. But economically, we have not held hands. Economically, we do Bhutan. Each one just holds on to what they have and stingy the neighbor. And then the neighbor starve, and then even in our parts of our neighbor, if something would have come from there, we also starve. So we need to emulate what the Europeans did when they formed the European Commission, the EU. And with time, 10 years later, it has come to pass. There's evidence that the countries in Europe that held hands, economically now they are surviving. One country that refused to hold hands with the rest, they said, we'll be on our own, is the UK. What's happened to the UK? Today, there is so much economic instability there.
They are even changing prime ministers or presidents, 3 presidents or 3 prime ministers in 2 months. It's because, in my own mind, it's because they refuse to hold hands with others. In Europe, when they formed the European Union. So even Africa, the solution to all of us in Africa being together economically and to have enough food is if we hold hands, and the AU stops only being a union of politics and becomes a union of economic integration for all African countries. I submit, Mr. President, and I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, très chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. The floor is now over to our colleague Anatropia from Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. So I would like to contribute to this agenda which is going on. Many things have been already discussed, but I also want to explain in short that in Africa we don't have shortage of food, but we have challenges in the way we can preserve our food. Even the places where they are producing this food, there are many places where they can produce food even in our own country. There are some provinces that can produce and have a lot of food, but within the same country, in other areas, they don't have food. So we have problems in transporting food from one section to the other one. And this is the problem in this continent. So one of the things that we must talk among ourselves is how the good methods we can use to distribute this food among us, because the food that the country that has a lot of food, after 2 months they don't have food. They have food for a short while, and after a while they don't have food. So I am insisting that that food which we have, even if it is so small, let us know how to preserve it. Another thing is let the governments be encouraged to put budgets for agriculture. Many countries put budget for agriculture, but how much do they put in this budget so that it will help in agricultural produce? The challenges in food is that it brings underdevelopment. In our country, we say that more than 30% of children are underdeveloped. They are disabled. So let us say in Africa, what is the rate of disability in Africa? Because this disability produces people who do not know what to do. It can be challenges of disability. So let us emphasize the importance of food, because if we get disabled people, then it means that this is the end of our continent. We are also talking about irrigation. We may cultivate, but if we are depending on rain, if it does not rain, what do we do? So in our budgets, let us emphasize about budgeting on irrigation. So let us find ways to see how we can contribute to find out how we can have good production, agricultural produce in our countries. Thank you very much.
My dear colleague.
Asante sana.
Speaker is Honorable Ganya Kojo from Togo. He seems to be not in the room at present. Therefore, we have come to the end of the list of speakers. So at this point, we'd like to invite the presenters who have been listening to the interventions from the honourable members of Parliament and now would need to respond. Our objective is to improve the 2 proposed model laws. on food and nutrition, we have numerous challenges that have been linked to wastage of food reserves, the problem of food reserves, wastage of food, so we need a law on this. And then distribution of food. There's also the issue of transport. And also solidarity. There's lack of solidarity between the players in the sector, and then the issue of food preservation and conservation. And then on the soil management model law, the proposals made was that we need improved management of soils, improved soil management. We need to have strong provisions included in the model law, which takes into account the specifics of Africa. Colonial laws which were imposed upon us prevented us from being effective in this area. So I think those are the main issues you've been hearing. In any case, the members of parliament who have intervened. So now the floor is yours to respond. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. As far as I'm concerned, you've already said it all. Most of the interventions were contributions, and you've already summarized the interventions. The major issues have been highlighted, which now need to be included in the model law. We've heard about transport. People have spoken and said that many places in Africa does produce well, but we do not have an appropriate food processing system. We do not have appropriate transport systems or structures. So we need to take that into account. The second point was on soil fertility. In Africa, we've had examples in the two presentation in terms of the degradation of soils, and that now we need to be using chemical fertilizers. We all have the issue of fertilizers being a problem because of the war in Ukraine. I think if 90% of the fertilizers that we use in Africa come from Russia and Ukraine, and because of the war, I think certainly this year you've seen how difficult it's been for us to address this. In Africa, we have been trying to ensure that we can use the fertilizers found in our own countries to produce more in our own countries so as to provide for the needs of our people in the farming sector. Chair, I don't think, Mr. President, I beg your pardon, I don't think there were any questions as such. It was more contributions on food processing, on increasing production, in improving the transport structures, and in combating wastage. So here I will end and thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the honourable members of Parliament for their contributions. Thank you very much for your input, and we will rise to the occasion and address the challenges faced by our continent. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. We thank you in return. The applause that we've heard can be concluded as one, the responses that you have given as the presenter, or two, that those who have applauded are in agreement with the next steps that you have proposed. As far as procedure is concerned at this point, we would need to put the reports before you for adoption as the plenary. You have all heard the discussions, the contributions have been heard, the presenter has responded, so I would now propose the adoption of the two documents. Thank you very much. So with that, the two documents have been adopted.
Bon,
Okay, thank you. So we have come to 1 p.m. now.
si vous le souhaitez, il nous reste 2 rapports à présenter.
All right, so I think we still have 2 reports that we've not considered. Should we stop now or continue with those 2 reports? Maybe we can take an hour's break. What do you propose?
On a une proposition de continuer. Est-ce que
we have a proposal that we can continue? Do you agree? Yes, sir, Mr. President. Why not? Let's just continue. We have started out well, so let us just continue. Okay, so the proposal to continue has been adopted. So the next item then on our order paper today is to present the presentation from the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs. They are to present their report, which we are to debate.
pour être juste,
I think to be fair, I would like to give the floor to the acting clerk so that he can guide us in the next steps. Thank you, Mr. President. So the next item is indeed presentation and debate on the report and resolution on the advocacy on the promotion of the AU 10-year action plan to eradicate child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. This is a presentation which will be from the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Vous êtes invité à...
So, the chair of this committee, please come forward and make your presentation. We invite you to the podium.
Honorable vice-président du Parlement panafricain.
Honorable Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament and Chair of our session, Honorable Members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm very grateful to you for giving me the opportunity this afternoon to present to you the report on advocacy for the implementation of the African Union 10-year action plan for 2020-2030 on the eradication of child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery in Africa. My dear colleague, child labor throughout the globe has been an increasing phenomena. It's growing exponentially, and Africa is not spared from this. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child defines a child as every human being below the age of 18 years. The Charter guarantees the child the inalienable right to life, education, leisure, recreation, cultural activities, health and health services, and protection from exploitation and abuse, such as labor, discrimination, sexual exploitation, and trafficking. Recent studies have shown that of the 152 million children who are victims of forced labor throughout the world, that Africa is the most affected, with an estimated 72.1 million children, a figure that could be compared to the total population of one of our countries on the continent. Now, more than half of these children had never been to school, and they no longer go to school in some cases for various reasons. This is a situation that is prevalent in East and West Africa. The majority of these children are very young, and they work in dangerous conditions, where more than half of them are between 5 and 11 years old. Dear colleagues, we have seen that child labor has a high prevalence in countries where people live below the poverty line, where the informal sector and subsistence agriculture is growing. It should be remembered that several causes do contribute to this growing phenomena, some of which we can mention is limited access to social services, such as education, quality healthcare, and lack of adequate infrastructure, and this especially in rural and poor urban areas. There's also the issue of precarious migration, inter-ethnic conflicts, and climate change-related disruptions. These are additional risk factors. We've seen that in many African countries, certain factors are further exacerbated by population dynamics. Furthermore, institutional factors such as lack of legislation or poor enforcement of existing laws are additional underlying causes. 30 years following the adoption of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, children remain nevertheless one of the most vulnerable groups in society. They do not have a voice to claim their rights, which were clearly stated in most human rights instruments. Children are now subjected to the worst forms of exploitation under the banner of child labor. The most common patterns we've seen include employment in agriculture, in industry, domestic work, informal work, and forced begging, as well as slavery. So in order to combat the rampant scourge of child labor, the African Union, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund and the International Labour Organization, developed a 10-year plan of action on the eradication of child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery in Africa. And this is for the period 2020 to 2030. And this is in line with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. This 10-year action plan was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government in February 2020. Mr. Vice President, it should be recalled that the Pan-African Parliament, through its Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs, did undertake a fact-finding mission, and this in September 2019, to Côte d'Ivoire on child labor in mining areas and in cocoa growing fields. In addition, in March 2020, at the Pan-African Parliament headquarters, a workshop on the protection of children's rights was also held in collaboration with various AU bodies and partners. Despite the difficult situation imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Pan-African Parliament also participated in the official launch of the 10-year plan of action on the eradication of child labor. The launch took place on 31 March 2021 via video conference, and the objective was to seek the commitment of various AU organs in the exercise of their specific mandates. The Pan-African Parliament was represented at this meeting by Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, who was the acting president of the Pan-African Parliament, which he now presides over. Now, during his intervention, President Charumbira assured the attendees that the Pan-African Parliament would fully dedicate its political capacity towards raising awareness and highlighting best practices so as to optimize the monitoring of results. At national level, President Charumbira indicated that parliamentarians would support the efforts of the African Union Commission in its various programs, and this by providing the necessary support they would need. With that, dear colleagues, I would like to share with you the objectives, the advocacy objectives for the implementation of the 10-year action plan on the eradication of child labor. We had a meeting on the 26th of August 2022 in Midrand, and the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs reviewed the implementation of this 10-year plan of action with representatives of the Department of the Social Affairs, Department of the African Union Commission, the AU Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the International Labour Organization. This meeting's specific objectives were firstly to promote the 10-year action plan for the protection of children's rights, secondly to evaluate the implementation of the action plan at national level, and thirdly to develop advocacy strategies in collaboration with the AU Commission and with the Committee of Experts who are working on the issue. And fourthly, to determine the roles of each body in order to achieve the desired results. Now, at the end of the discussions, the expected outcomes were agreed upon as followed: that the parliamentarians' capacity be strengthened so as to promote the action plan, that the action plan be effectively implemented, and this through strengthening legislation for protecting children's rights, that the provisions of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child be incorporated into national laws. Now, coming to the concerns raised by the members of Parliament, members of the committee asked about child labour in general and forced child labour in particular. A child was not supposed to be in employment, otherwise this would be considered forced labor. And so, according to the ILO Convention, forced labor is that carried out under duress, and this is likely to endanger the child. Forced labor is also slavery or illicit activities which in effect did not take into account the views of children because they were unable to voluntarily leave their forced labor circumstances. The statistics, statistical data that we have available, which is currently linking poverty and child labor, had shown that the more poverty existed, the more child labor occurred. It's been observed that the lack of alternatives therefore encouraged children to work rather than to attend school. So, dear colleagues, the members of the committee felt that it was necessary that laws be strengthened so as to apply them to parents who forced their children to work in order to contribute to the family income. That was a significant concern for the parliamentarians as the minimum working age was 15 years, according to the ILO Convention. However, in some countries, this age of 14 and others 18 for dangerous work. Despite legal sanctions against those who did not comply with these provisions, the involvement of children in income-generating activities exacerbates poverty within households and does not promote children's development. The members of the committee also deplored child trafficking, which is one of the worst forms of abuse and violation of children's rights, and it often results in forced labor as well as exploitation. Whilst awaiting the updating of statistical data on forced child labor by the ILO, which is expected by the end of the year, member states need to urgently take ownership of the AU 10-year plan of action so as to eradicate this scourge. There were other concerns, such as sanctions against individuals who violated children's rights and against states where such violations were practiced with impunity. In that regard, We note that compliance with the provisions of the treaties and their integration into national legislation are objectives that the AU has set, and these issues would need to form part of discussions within AU member states. In some countries, the involvement of the Pan-African Parliament was sought so as to institute dialogue and promote advocacy. However, Africa has not been idle in the face of this alarming situation and has made firm commitments to ensure the rights and welfare of the child by developing the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The 10-year action plan further confirms this commitment, and therefore the Pan-African Parliament needs to actively play its role in order to ensure that the commitments made by the various governments are met. In addition, Goal 18 of Agenda 2063 does set out strategies for eradicating forced marriage, trafficking, military recruitment of children, and exploitation, and all other forms of child abuse. Mr. Vice President, we should note here that the lack of adequate policy and program responses do not provide a conducive environment to prevent and eliminate child labor. However, the role of parliamentarians as representatives of people in decision-making processes that affect their daily lives was questionable, and it was therefore incumbent on us, the members, we, members of Parliament, to call on our executives to develop, enact, and enforce children's rights to education in order to ensure universal access to free, compulsory, quality, equitable, and inclusive education or training. Now, coming to our recommendations. Mr. Vice President, the recommendations were to enlighten parliamentarians on the extent of the situation so as to find effective solutions. So the committee members listed several recommendations that would, in collaboration with various AU organs, improve the achievements so far made for the welfare of the African child. Amongst the recommendations, I have identified the most relevant as follows. Firstly, increase funding and international cooperation for eliminating child and forced labor. Secondly, strengthen national legislative frameworks, and this by integrating the AU 10-year plan of action on the eradication of child labor. Thirdly, strengthen collaboration between African Union organs and their participation in advocacy so as to promote the ratification of the necessary legal instruments that would achieve our goal of child well-being. Fourthly, to organize awareness raising and training campaigns, and this in line with the objectives of Agenda 2063 as well as those of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in priority sectors. Fifthly, to seek multifaceted support so as to achieve compliance with the rights of the child, and sixth, to achieve universal access to social protection. May I conclude, Honorable Vice President and dear colleagues, by highlighting that the commitment of African Union heads of state and government through adopting various legal instruments and programs relating to human rights is commendable. However, ratification of these and their incorporation into national laws remains a challenge that needs to be addressed. A great deal remains to be able to arrive at the Africa that we want in line with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. We as parliamentarians need to play our role as legislators and watchdogs of government action, and we can do this by adopting sound laws and ensuring their effective implementation. The development of our continent largely depends on education and health of our youth today. And to arrive at this, it's imperative, dear colleagues, to combat child labor. Mr. President, we here submit. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and I would like to thank you for this excellent presentation, the presentation done by the Chairperson, Honorable Jean-Patrice Guérin, Chair of the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs. I have 3 requests to take the floor, 3 honourable MPs, and we are going to begin by the Honourable Domai from South Sudan. If I look at his seat, I think he is not in the room. Honourable Domai is here? Is he not here? No. Okay, then let us move on to the next speaker, and I'm going to call upon Honourable Nou Arba from Niger. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Dear colleagues, my name is Dr. Noor Arba, and I am an MP from the Republic of Niger. I am also a member of the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs. And I would firstly like to thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I would like to thank our chairperson for his excellent presentation. Currently, forced labor and human trafficking, as well as modern slavery, are major concerns for our countries. And that is why the African Union has proposed this 10-year action plan to fight against these phenomena. It is a plan to accelerate progress, particularly with regards to Agenda 2063. But it is also a plan that puts together essential actions and activities that will ensure that our countries achieve the desired results. However, Mr. Vice President and dear colleagues, in order for us to achieve these goals and carry out these actions, countries need to commit to carry them out and commit to the action plan. And I would like to highlight the fact that this plan relies on governments ratifying and including these measures in national legislation. And it also involves MPs, ourselves, following up with the situation in our own countries with regards to child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. Mr. Vice President and dear colleagues, the African Union also has a fundamental role to play in strengthening coordination between our different states, between our different initiatives, and also in setting up a follow-up and evaluation mechanism that is able to follow up on what is taking place across the continent. And I think that this mechanism will allow the African Union to be able to evaluate the progress and potentially make recommendations for the future. Mr. Vice President and colleagues, I think that it has already been said a number of times in this chamber that we are dealing with issues that are currently affecting our people today. These are not issues that can be left for tomorrow, and the time for action is now. Thank you.
C'est nous qui vous remercions, très chers collègues.
We are the ones that need to thank you, dear colleague, for this input. I would now like to give the floor to Honorable Leopold Joseph from Mauritius.
Thank my colleague and also the chairperson on the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs for his presentation. Mr. President, child labour, forced labour, human trafficking and modern slavery are just symptoms and warning signs that I think we need to keep on improving on our continent. And our continent is making great progress for those changes to happen for the betterment of its people. And now we have the correct structures, we have the appropriate structures, such as African Union and the PAP itself, which are the necessary structures to palliate all those signs and symptoms. As we've been here for the last 2 weeks now, we had covered all the subject matters which will enable our continent to be freed from child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. And these need to be treated, not the symptoms. We do not need to do the symptomatic treatments, but we need to look at those factors which cause those symptoms. And those factors are, we need to keep on uniting Africa, stop with unconstitutional seizure of power, enhance trading among African nations, easing ways of doing businesses across Africa, and we need to have common legal framework, proper management of our natural resources, finding ways of curbing sanction and embargo. And we need to have a uniform educational and health system so as to keep our children away from forced labors. And I think the whole continent dream of having a unique currency, and that will help us to palliate all these problems by giving social protection to our people. And I think that is my contribution on this subject, Mr. President. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to give the floor to our colleague from Zimbabwe.
Il n'est pas dans la salle.
Our colleague from Zimbabwe is not in the room. Is she there? Forgive me, colleague. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Fourth Vice President of this Pan-African Parliament. I would like to acknowledge so much the work done by the Committee on Health. Honestly, their report was so good, and it preempted a lot of things that affect our children on child labor and the forced labor. Mr. President, allow me to give some reasons why I think this is happening. Mr. President, I think in our parliaments, we should really make strong laws that force children to do child labor. Most children are born in poverty, such that they cannot even survive and follow their education time and make sure they also find food in the table at home.
all and in most cases this being caused by men. We have a lot of women who bring up children from pregnancies that are denied by men deliberately because men would not wanting to take responsibility on those children. It exposes women into danger and the children into suffering because the child will not be able to go to school. He has no food, the mother has no food at home, and then the child thinks going to the farms and look for job will assist him as a child for that period and assist the mother when he brings some cabbages after work at home for the mother to survive. I therefore strongly feel that we have not gone to the right stage of putting up laws that protect women and children in a way that a man can just leave you pregnant and walk out and be a minister there and be a member of parliament and be a pub delegate. Hence, one child is suffering back at home with the mother. Mr. President, allow me to say, as PAP, we need to monitor if these laws are done and they are screwed strongly from our member countries. We shouldn't just be debating things for the talk show. Let's debate issues that strongly affect the future of our children and then monitor country by country if those laws are followed and how they are tabled in their respective countries. Mr. President, also allow me that to make this House know that I have also discovered that the issue of HIV affected and infected families in our respective countries must get enough funding, because this is where most of the times you'll find a child being forced to go for work. The child has no mother. Mother passed on HIV. The child has no father. Father passed on HIV, or one of the two is affected, meaning that he or she could not manage to keep well this family that remained on his or her hand without the other assistant. So such children suffer, Mr. President. They suffer at home. They suffer even trying to go to school. They will not be getting what is necessary for them to pursue their education to a level that they saw it fit. So we also have to go down to our countries. We make sure we follow up that are the laws that protect affected and infected children strong in our respective countries? Are the governments of our countries where we come from really supporting those families? Are they given food, paid enough school fees at school? The survivor who is either ill or whatever, is he or she being taken care by the government? All the problems we are talking about here that the chairperson has related in his report are not new things. These are the things that happen day to day in our respective countries, and they lead to such mayhem where most children now leave school, go to work. Some have got forced labor. Some willingly leave education and prefer to go to look for job because the parent is suffering. I would like to suggest or to second the committee on its suggestion that we need to make sure we go and strengthen our laws in our member countries. I so submit.
Thank you, dear colleague. We are the ones thanking you. And now I would like to give the floor to Rabelizam Rawi from Rwanda. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for giving me the floor. I would also like to congratulate the chairperson of the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs for an excellent presentation. Honourable colleagues, the issues mentioned in the report are serious, and I think that we can summarize the challenges in terms of political will and integration of laws in national legislation. We vote our budgets every year, and the budgets provide financing for various projects that the government wants to carry out. There's no reason why we cannot vote a budget for projects fighting against child labor, forced labor, building schools, ensuring that our children are in schools. There is no reason why we should not be ensuring that there is protection for children and education for children. And I am making an appeal to all MPs here present to take their responsibilities seriously and ensure that there is ratification of the protocols, and that the action plan is integrated in our legislation nationally. Thank you. Thank you very much for this contribution. I would now like to call upon our Honourable Mariam from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I would like to join my colleagues in congratulating the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs, as well as its chairperson, for an excellent report. African parents, Mr. Vice President, love their children as much as parents in the rest of the world. And parents in rural areas would love to see their children going to school, but unfortunately their circumstances and their lives do not always permit this. Our populations are poor, and not because they do not work. We know that our farmers, for example, and those that work in rural areas are amongst the most hardworking on the continent, but they have not benefited from the modernization of their agricultural practices or new technologies that would help make work lighter. And we need to fight against poverty. As long as poverty exists, these problems will persist. And that is why, Mr. Vice President, I believe that if we eradicate poverty, we will eradicate child labor, forced labor, etc. And we will be able to protect our children. However, we are aware of the fact that more and more children are working on the continent due to circumstances and due to poverty. And there are boycotts in Europe and other parts of the world against certain African products because they have supposedly been produced by child labor. And I would like us to really focus on eradicating poverty and supporting our small farmers and rural workers. Thank you so much, Honourable Member, for this contribution. Honourable members, I believe that you have followed the discussions. Mr. Chairperson of the committee, you have taken note of all the contributions, and I'm sure that you've noted all the challenges that exist in terms of child labour, forced labour, human trafficking, and modern slavery. And none of our countries have been able to say that they have completely overcome the problem. We need greater efforts. We need to call on the African Union to condemn forced labor and child labor, and we need to ensure that we have the legislation in place in our countries to fight against child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. We need to get to the heart of the matter, the root causes, the lack of education, poverty, etc. We must encourage the voting of laws that will protect children and all of those who are victims of forced labor and trafficking. And I believe that the plan will go a long way in helping us to fight against this scourge. Mr. Chairperson, I believe that you have been asked a number of questions, and I will allow you to react to them in the comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I would like to thank the honourable colleagues for their comments. And I would like to begin with the comment from Honourable Mariam, who congratulated us, first of all, and I thank her for that. But she really emphasized the role that poverty, and especially extreme poverty, plays in the situation with regards to child labor, forced labor, etc. And if we want to put an end to forced labor and child labor, we have to eradicate poverty. And we know that all of our states, all of our nations are fighting against poverty, and it's a huge challenge for us. We all want our children to go to school. We all love our children. We don't want them to have to go out to work before they are adults. We don't want them to be abused. We want to protect them. We want them to go to school, for them to be protected, for them to have a good education and a good future, a good life. And I would like to please respond to the comment by the Honourable from Rwanda. And she is quite right in saying that if there is not political will, then nothing will be done. And whether it is in the sector of health, labor, or social affairs, this applies. If we do not have political will, we will not be able to combat child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. So we all have a responsibility, honourable members, to ensure that in our parliaments we take the right decisions, we make the decision to fight against this scourge. And we need to put pressure on our decision makers, on our leaders. Every opportunity that we get, we have to highlight the scourge. And I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Vice President, to ask the Bureau, to ask all colleagues to talk about this and lobby for action in every meeting, every conference that you speak at. We need to speak about it. We need to ensure that there is strong action taken against child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. We really have a lot of work. We really have a great challenge, but we have to grab it with both hands and ensure that we fulfill our responsibility. We have a huge role to play, colleagues. I would like to now respond to the comments by my sister from Zimbabwe. She also spoke about laws and legislation that exist, but that are perhaps not applied, or laws that should exist to be able to protect women and children. We have taken note of her proposals, and we will discuss this during our next meeting, the meeting of our committee. Now, in terms of the comments from my colleague from Mauritius, who spoke about the symptoms, he's quite right. We cannot ignore the symptoms, and we cannot just treat the symptoms and not go to the heart of the problem. So we have to, as I said, take action, make sure that it is tough action. And lastly, Mr. Vice President, I would like to also respond to my colleague, the rapporteur, who supported what I said in the report, and he is quite right. We need to appeal to our governments. We need to request that more is done in our countries and on the ground. And Mr. Vice President, dear colleagues, we also need to be very careful with regards to corruption. We know that very often you have companies, even very large, successful companies that employ children, that use child labor to produce their products. And we, as the lawmakers, as parliamentarians, need to keep an eye on this. We need to know who are the companies that are using child labor, and we need to put an end to it, prevent these companies from taking advantage of the vulnerability of these children, the vulnerability of the parents who are in a situation such that they send their children out to work. I would like to thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I would also like to thank our colleagues for giving me the floor, for sharing their contributions, and we will continue to work on this matter, and I hope that we will all go home with the intention of lobbying and ensuring that the decisions taken here will also be taken and put into action in our own countries. Thank you, Mr. President.
C'est nous qui vous remercions.
It is for us to thank you. You have followed the various contributions from colleagues, and I believe that all contributions go towards enhancing the wonderful document that you have produced. I think that at this stage we are going to be submitting the report and the resolution on the advocacy for promotion of the action plan for the decade, for a 10-year action plan 2020-2030 on the eradication of child labor, forced labor, human trafficking and modern slavery in Africa. I would like us to adopt this report. Thank you. Thank you very much for your approval. And I now give the floor to the clerk so that he can tell us about what is to follow. Thank you.
Président, le quatrième point serait alors...
The fourth item of the agenda is the report and the presentation of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, presentation and debate of the guidelines on harmful practices, albinism. The second report that will be presented will be the resolution concerning the guidelines on harmful practices, and it will also be on the resolution of the adoption of guidelines on harmful practices. Very well. For the presentation of this report, we would like to invite Honorable Jean-Marie from Burundi to present the report. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session and Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable colleagues, parliamentarians, good afternoon. It is an honor for me to stand before this august assembly to present the report prepared by the Permanent Committee on Justice and Human Rights. On behalf of the committee and on my own behalf, I'm going to present to you the guidelines of the Pan-African Parliament to eradicate harmful practices related to accusations of witchcraft and ritual attacks. As an introduction, the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the independent expert from the United Nations on Human Rights by people suffering from albinism, and the Center for Human Rights of the University of Pretoria, have developed guidelines in order to eradicate or eliminate harmful practices related to accusations of witchcraft and ritual attacks. This is the result of a resolution of the Pan-African Parliament adopted in plenary session on the 17th of May 2019, calling upon PAP to adopt measures to strengthen regional cooperation for the prevention, detection, inquiries, and human trafficking and trafficking of human organs. These are, therefore, the parliamentary guidelines that would help to face cases of ritual attacks against people suffering from albinism in Africa, and also to organizations and law enforcement agencies to take action against those people and prosecute them. Our report has analyzed the range of issues to include all aspects of those practices. These practices affect many marginalized people like women, the elderly, children, and people with disabilities. The general objective underlying the development of these guidelines directed to parliamentarians is to help the parliamentarians to have or to obtain the information on the way to bring change to a specific field. With the compilation of practices and standards, we have most recent studies. These guidelines reflect the global consensus on key aspects of the subject and guide parliamentarians on approaches and specific strategies for reforming laws and policies on the subject. Even more important, the aim is to help the members of parliament to amend and revise legislation to incorporate at national level good practices, protocols, charters, and other international instruments. The objective of these guidelines is to improve the current and future dialogue in the legal framework and non-legal framework to encourage change at a national level through the African continent and to contribute to the creation of safe communities where everyone, whatever their status, are protected from any form of prejudice, from witchcraft and ritual attacks. The preliminary report and the guidelines on the subject define the magnitude of the concept of harmful practices, identify harmful practices in terms of human rights. This related to the most basic human rights, the right to life, to safety, and also give a preliminary introduction on the basis of existing standards in terms of human rights, measures to fight against harmful practices at national level. To define witchcraft and to contextualize the harmful practices in Africa. There is information on practices, harmful practices towards marginalized persons, persons with albinism, women and children. Also, there is a legal framework in the African context that exists to fight harmful practices and to summarize legal or non-legal measures adopted at a national level to prevent harmful practices, to protect victims, and make sure the people who commit these crimes are accountable. There is also the matter of looking at the root causes of harmful practices. What is the expected impact of these guidelines on elimination of harmful practices related to accusations of witchcraft and ritual attacks? The harmful practices are one cause that affect human rights. Each year, thousands of people in the world are accused of witchcraft and are victims of ritual attacks. Amongst others in Africa, they are harassed, brutalized, beaten, ill-treated, tortured, and killed. These harmful practices impact on women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. So this requires a vigorous response. The response of the judicial system is different from one country to another. And sometimes a violation of human rights in certain countries are not prosecuted. The mechanisms of defending human rights are sometimes silent, and sometimes that encourages the authors of these crimes and perpetuate impunity. These guidelines are an important step in the integration into national and regional human rights systems, and will give directives to national governments, international organizations, and civil society. Those guidelines will encourage the respect of human rights for all those who suffer from those harmful practices. Elimination of harmful practices related to accusations of witchcraft and ritual attacks. The guidelines emphasize that it has to be a matter of protecting human rights for all, without considering ethnic origin, genetic influences, or any other status. In conclusion, while compiling these guidelines, because these guidelines are contained in a book that is over 60 pages long, and while compiling these guidelines, the Pan-African Parliament was aware of the fact that it is impossible to handle all aspects of harmful practices. However, these guidelines are a basis on which the states, in their particular context, consider, deliberate, develop, and improve policies to respond to their regional and national obligations to protect everyone inside their borders, so that the concerns for harmful practices to be relevant. These guidelines took into account the African context. They remain relevant still in other geographical regions. Based on what I have just said, Excellencies, Mr. Vice President, honorable comrades, parliamentarians, the Permanent Committee on Justice and Human Rights invites the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament to adopt these guidelines, to make it theirs as an instrument of PAP to fight harmful practices against vulnerable people on our continent. As you have noted, maybe I will ask you not to ask me to read the resolution on elimination of harmful practices, since you have the document before you. That is up to you. Otherwise, I am calling on you to adopt these guidelines. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. We know that it is not easy at this time of day for honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. We would like to encourage our colleagues. You have followed the presentation of the report, and naturally there will be responses. And this is why we are going to invite our colleague, Honorable Toure from the Gambia, to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I also thank my chairperson, Jean-Marie, for presenting this document in a very clear manner. Honorable President, the issue of harmful practices, especially in relation to albinism, is a big concern to, I know, not only my country, but to the whole of Africa. Because Africans in their communities were very tolerant society. But as we have been witnessing, in this era, it appears people are being infected with the desire to get rich, and to get rich quick without having to work for it. And I believe that the guidelines, bulky as it is, will help some of us who are advocating against these harmful practices. Because many a time you have organizations in our countries advocating against these harmful practices, but the approach that they take to the people usually do not appeal to the people, and therefore the propagation fails. Our fathers and forefathers never harm somebody because of his natural trait, such as his color or height or body weight. They never discriminate those people for those reasons. But we are now beginning to see, because of this desire for money, people are hatching all kinds of strategies to fool others, to get their money and harm vulnerable people or innocent people to be able to acquire wealth. Up to now, there was never any discrimination of albino in our country, nor did they ever fear for their lives because of their nature. But as I said, of late, this thing, bad practice, is rearing its ugly head. I believe this is a degeneration of the society and a step backward for Africa to allow the kidnapping of albinos and innocent children and taking them across the border for sacrifice. We have all these things, that they take children across for sacrifice. Motive of which I believe is nothing but to gain wealth on self-pretense. We must condemn this ugly practice, and all countries must work together, coordinate and collaborate concertedly to nip this harmful practice in the bud. Honorable President, just recently, just 2 weeks ago, a child was abducted or kidnapped from the Gambia and taken across the border to Senegal and then to Mali, up to the capital. Fortunately, the people kidnapping the child were apprehended with the child, taken to the police station, and efforts were made until it is discovered that the child was kidnapped from the Gambia. So where are these people taking this child? Sometimes they take them across the border to faraway distances and even make forged documents to be able to carry that person. And because of the improvement in communication and transportation, people are able to do some of these things. Honorable Speaker, other harmful practices like genital mutilation, child marriage, witchcraft, are almost on the rise. And I believe nothing is under it. There is no under motive for it, except people who have this desire to make wealth. So as I said, there must be collaborative effort among our countries, harmonizing our laws so that we make each other wiser to be able to combat this ugly menace of trafficking children across borders. Others would in fact kill and take the private parts of these children or innocent people or of the albinos of the victims and carry them away. This is as a result of the improvement of communication, as I said. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank Jean-Marie, our chairperson, and the committee as well for working very hard to bring this resolution to us so that we should not waste time to adopt this. And I encourage everybody to work hard within our parliaments to ensure that we enlighten our people to be able to put this ugly practice in the board. Thank you very much.
C'est nous qui vous remercions.
It is for us to thank you, sir. Our colleague from Zimbabwe has the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me, Mr. President, to share a few things that I noticed in the report that has just been given by the chairperson now. I have noticed with concern, Mr. President, that Africans, we still continue to engage into such harmful practices that cause suffering to the mere innocent people and they cause human suffering and they cause disability, discomfort to our people by practicing illful things. I do agree, Mr. President, that legislation can be put and be made very strong so that this does not increase or it stops subsequently. But, Mr. President, issues of witchcraft are not easy to identify who did it, and they have evidence as to when you can take the person to law, because they have no evidence, most of them. I strongly feel, Mr. President, there should be a way of causing a dialogue that will make people with such knowledge understand that enough is enough and it is too much. It's getting too much. Even if it happened yesterday, one of my colleagues said that our forefathers did not do it to harm any life. Even if they had their own medicine, they used their medicine instead to heal and to help anyone suffering. They did not sit down and plan to look for medicine that will cause harm to their neighbors or friends. Mr. President, having said it so well that my worry is on the proof of who did this and who did that. Of course, we can strengthen our laws on those that we found them in possession of one's foot, one's leg, one's genitals, etc. Then we can easily say such people, Mr. President, should get the worst treatment of justice, the heaviest of justice, so that whosoever else is practicing it anyway must stop it with immediate effect, knowing that the laws have been strengthened, the laws have been tied up so that they don't do it again. Mr. President, I'm strongly worried about the claims of witchcraft. The claims of witchcraft, my worry is it's not easy to differentiate witchcrafting and helping one's life. We have people who are called African doctors. In our language, we say they are called Nganga, Inyanga. Those people also have too much knowledge about a human being. Sometimes they can use medicine to assist you. At the same time, they can use the same medicine in another form to harm you. What are we then saying about such? As Pan-African Parliament, what is our position on such? How do we know that this one is preparing medicine to assist, and this one is preparing medicine that will cause harm tomorrow? By the end of 24 hours, somebody would have been dead, somebody will have been attacked. We also have people in our societies, in our parliament, within our countries, people who use unforeseen people who can harm women, rape them, rape school children, rape small infants, and those are people who are living within our communities. How do we identify those and make sure they are worthy to be taken to law and be punished? That's when I come up with a proposal, Mr. President, that how can we find a solution, the best way of engaging those people, speak to them, make them stop illful practices that harm other people and the practices that harm our societies, because there will not be any evidence. My contribution to this parliament is to say, how best can we come up with a program of involving and engaging? I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, très chers collègues. C'était la dernière.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. That was the last speaker on our list. The chairman of the committee, you have followed contributions from honorable members of Pan-African Parliament, and I think that these will help you to add to your report. Emphasis was made on harmful practices against people living with albinism. We need to take strong action, and it is advised to work in synergy with all the countries that have this problem in common, because the objective of these practices is gain. It is for money. This is why it is strongly recommended to harmonize laws in order to eradicate this phenomenon. There is also another challenge raised by the last speaker, and that is witchcraft. There's a lot at stake here. The thing to do perhaps would be to speak to those who practice witchcraft and think of ways to put brakes on those witchcraft practices.
Mr. Chairman, I think everything has been recorded, and the floor is open for those who wish to react to what we've just listened to. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair, for giving me the floor. Let me start by congratulating the two speakers who have attempted to make a contribution that would allow for greater improvement to our presentation. As you so rightly pointed out as well, these harmful practices are a reality indeed across the African continent. We have noticed it, we have witnessed it, we have experienced it, and we've seen people mutilating bodies of albinos, especially fishermen, because they believe that by using these albinos they can catch a big amount of fish, but so far nobody can prove it. These practices are really dreadful, and we need to tackle them with every single inch of strength in our countries so that we eradicate this scourge and we remove it from the minds of our fellow citizens who are partaking of this harmful practice. I think we've heard that at the beginning of the 90s and 80s, people were they were actually using children sexually in the belief that that could cure them from HIV. These are really terrible practices. And I know that the king of evil, the devil, has introduced this in the hearts of people who are ill-intentioned, and it does disturb the security and the safety of our fellow citizens. Usually, as a good Christian or a good Muslim, I think one would not partake of such terrible acts. I think it is the devil that is pushing us to do all these evil things. Well, it is an issue that I think is about money, but when you sell bodies of human beings that are sent to Europe or to other places, sometimes they actually chop off their sexual parts, and these people are practicing these harmful practices, and we need to make sure that we actually forbid such practices so that we do away with these barbaric acts. Yes, indeed, a number of African doctors, and in a lot of countries they say, well, what can I do? This is a medicine that I use to cure people. So for you to get cured of whatever disease, bring me the finger of an albino, or maybe, or you bring me something else, some other part of the body of an albinos. Well, how do you identify them? You can't accuse somebody of witchcraft or harmful practices without proof, because the punishment meted out should be commensurate to the action posed, and we have to identify them properly. We have to be sure that the one we are pointed fingers at is indeed the person who's been involved in these harmful practices, because people who actually do these terrible practices end up being rich, and some people have become rich indeed because of this, but they are not punished by the powers that be. So we need to have greater access to justice so that we are in a position to prohibit this dreadful practice. And parliamentarians, I think, need to sensitize our countries, to sensitize them so that these dreadful practices are done away with. And we need to also have law enforcement at border posts, as the chair of the committee had stated so rightly. When you get wind of these activities, or if you hear that one albino has disappeared or has been taken away, I think we need to act immediately. We shouldn't be in a position where we wait for these albinos to find themselves in these very dangerous situations. Now, regarding medicines, it is quite difficult, I have to admit. I wanted to come back to medicines, traditional medicine, that is. We know that it does exist. But when you are told that you have to bring whatever organ, or they tell you to bring your mother's breast so that you can become rich, so that your shop can get more clients, surely if one is intelligent, if one is a Christian or a good Muslim, how on earth are you going to believe such trash? I know somebody who was a trader and who had begun to make money, and the witch doctor came and told him that you have to sleep with your sister, and then that will multiply your wealth. Of course, he went and slept with the sister in the bush, and the sister was so traumatized that she became ill and she went mad. So people started asking God for forgiveness. They prayed for the victim so that the victim can get cured. And then she ended up speaking out, and she said it was this person who actually raped me. So this is something that we need to get rid of once and for all. And it would be proper that all of us, we stand together, we sensitize our communities, share good practices with our communities so that we can really do away with this scourge. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Having listened to the Chair, who has taken into account the contributions of all and sundry, let me submit to this august audience the resolution on the adoption of guidelines relating to harmful practices. Thank you. Thank you very much for the adoption of this resolution. We are getting closer to the end of our business, today's business that is. All the items on the agenda have been exhausted. What is left for me is to put an end to this session, but before that, I wanted to remind the meeting of the unfortunate event that we experienced earlier. True enough, we are a parliament. Indeed, people can react. They are free to do so to the extent possible, but we need to uphold our practices and the legal framework that guides our behavior within this chamber. And this is why the provisions of Article 51 were actually not upheld, and I'm going to read it to you once again. Article 31 of our rules applicable today states the following. The chairperson is the officer who ensures that the rules of procedure are upheld and order reigns in the chamber or in the commissions, standing commissions. So this is the first provision. The second one stipulates that the chairperson, having drawn the attention of the chamber or of a permanent committee on the behavior of a given parliamentarian who continues to repeat unnecessarily falsehoods or the words of fellow MPs during the discussion, who could then ask the said parliamentarians to stop making that contribution. 3, the chairperson could order an MP whose behavior disturbs in a disturbing fashion the business of the Parliament to leave the chamber or to leave the permanent committee concerned, so that the business of the day can be continued. And I think the Secretary should make sure that this provision is upheld. Now, a measure of this nature under Article 3 mentioned of the permanent committee announced in the chamber during the first meeting following a measure of this nature. I decided to read this provision out of my own volition because I just wanted you to be reminded of the behavior that is expected of an MP, and we ought all of us to condemn such behavior and avoid that it happens again in future, so that this unacceptable behavior in the chamber is not repeated. We need to act and condemn it, honorable colleagues. Having stated this information, I wanted to share it with you so that in future we are fully aware and conversant with the provisions of this rule. So we're going to stop our business now, and we hope to see you tomorrow at 9. So have a good evening, honorable colleagues.